BTCT. BTCT. XBP. BTCT. BTCT.
BTCT.
BTCT. BTCT. BTCT. XBP. TSHA. XBP. XBP. TSLQ. TSLZ. BTCT. STM. TSLQ. XBP. XBP.
Coming up at 7, earnings from Shopify, SHOP. Shopify expecting 27 cents adjusted.
Ready?
So Palantir stock has officially
AMTN.
broken over $60 per share today. In
CONL.
fact, we actually broke over $62 per share, and this is nuts considering just a couple of days ago I made a video talking about how we broke over $50 per share. So guys,
XBP.
this stock keeps on going, and we have to break down the charts, what I'm looking to do, where I
MSFT.
see Palantir going in the short term, and we'll break down what analysts are thinking right now. So guys, hit the like button, make sure to subscribe,
GOVX.
and get up to 15 stocks from Moo. Once you open up your account and fund it with at least $100, you get
CAMT.
5 stocks and a $30 cash reward, and fund your account with at least $1,000, you get 10 more stocks, and overall your uninvested cash for now will earn up to 8.1%
VNT, Frontier, Skill, Barco,
APY,
Vita
which
Root,
guys,
secures
that's
back-to-back
a
large India
no-brainer.
tenders
So
with
check
India
out the
Oil
link down
Corporation.
below, or go to starsurfast.com
That is
/Mumu.
Victor
And with
November
that being said,
Tango.
cheers. Let's get right into the video. So yeah, you heard that
AMTN.
right, guys.
WKHS.
We hit
Shop.
over 60, actually $62 per
RMTI.
share today
BTCT.
on Palantir stock, which
BTCT.
is nuts. On
DFLI.
Friday we closed
BTCT.
at $58.
BTCT.
Just about a week ago,
BTCT.
we broke over
BTCT.
$50 for the first time. So this thing keeps on pushing. Just when you
BTCT.
think it needs to pull
BTCT.
down, we're due for a
BTCT.
sell-off. We
PLUG,
keep
Plug
going
Power
higher,
reporting
man.
a loss of
These
25
markets
cents.
are insane, right? Like I said, we hit $62 per share today, and now we're at $59.
The estimate was
XBP.
a
And
loss
we're
of
still
24
up
cents,
over
or what wasn't
2.5%,
expected for
and it looks like at
PLUG.
one point we were up over 6% on the day. And we have seen some volatility throughout the day on the intraday chart. We have seen
AXSM,
some
Axum
choppiness,
Therapeutics,
you
a
guys
loss of
can see.
$1.34.
But
$1.34.
overall, man, we're up over 2.5% still. And
SHOP,
obviously,
Shopify
the
is
uptrend
out.
is continuing. I mean, guys, just last Monday, this company reported earnings.
TMV.
It was at $41 a share before earnings, and now we hit 62. This is insane. We went up 50%
Shopify reporting
since
Q3
last
2024
Monday.
revenue growth
And
accelerates to
this is
26%.
why I've
Free
been
cash flow
saying
margin expands
you
to
gotta just hold
19%.
on
NUKK.
tight. You know, it's tough. It's tough not to sell take some profits. You know, I think I'm up like
BTCT.
180% on my
BTCT.
position now.
BTCT.
It's tough not to sell out and
BTCT.
take profits, but Palantir
BTCT.
reminds me
SUGP.
kind of
Revenue
NVIDIA in the
of
sense
$2.162
that, you know,
billion
it kept going up,
SUGP.
and
Shopify.
people were like,
The
oh my
estimate was
God, it's
2.113
overvalued,
billion,
time
so
to
that's a
sell,
beat.
time to lock profits.
Or
But it's
NKK.
SHOP.
BTCT. TMV. RMTI. XBP.
CTOR, BTCT, BTCT,
XBP. SPXS. TSDD. MSTR. Watch the spread.
CTOR,
MSTR. Watch the spread. MSTR. Watch the spread.
CVAC, CureVac.
Watch the
earnings
spread.
are out.
CING,
Shop. Big spread.
Company naming a new CFO.
Shop. Big spread. Shop. Big spread. Shop. Big spread. BTCT.
BTCT,
MOS,
BTCT.
Mosaic. Reporting revenue of $2.811 billion. The estimate was $3.165 billion.
Shop. Watch the spread. Shop. Big spread.
For
Shop.
Michael Oscar Sandy.
Watch the spread. Shop. Big spread. Shop. Big spread. Shop. Big spread.
EVGO,
Shop. Watch the spread. Shop. Watch the spread. Shop. Big spread.
Shop,
Shop.
kept
Watch
on
the
going
spread.
up. Do you guys remember NVIDIA when it was at, you know, $300 before the split?
XBP.
$400,
Big spread.
$500. People were like, oh,
BTCT.
it's overvalued.
Shop.
It's going to come
Shop.
down.
Big spread.
Be careful.
Shop.
But then it went all the way to
Shop.
1,000.
Big spread.
Now it's at like 1,500.
Shop,
You know, pre-split
Shop.
prices, right?
Big
It is
spread.
insane.
CAMT,
So this is kind of reminding me of that. You know, Palantir going up. Everybody's thinking it's going to sell off, myself
Shop.
included.
Shop,
But it keeps
Shop.
on going up. And,
Big
and
spread.
the thing is, I made a
Shop.
video yesterday
Big
talking
spread.
about
Shop.
a Palantir
XBP.
sell-off. The day before that,
Shop.
talking about a Palantir sell-off. And the purpose of those videos they're not to, you know, freak you out and make you sell or, you know, to tell you
Shop.
I'm
Shop.
selling because
Shop.
I'm
Watch
not.
the spread.
Holding on.
Shop.
But the purpose of
Watch
those
the
SLVM,
spread.
videos
Obama reporting
is
Slug.
$2.27.
spread awareness that we are
Shop.
due for a pullback, but we can't time when the pullback is actually going to happen because
Shop.
guys,
Estimate was
Big spread.
$2.18,
it's
so that's a
overbought.
beat for
It
San
is,
name
and
of
I've been in
Victor
the stock
Michael.
market for a decade now, and I've seen this play out time and time again. People are in the
Shop.
stock, they're living in the moment. It's up so much,
Shop.
you never
Shop.
think it's going to cool off, sell off, but it does.
Shop.
Trust me, it will. And that's the purpose of those videos, just to put that out there, create awareness, not to necessarily time the top or make
Shop.
you guys sell
Shop.
or say that I'm selling because I'm holding. I'm just making those
Shop.
videos for awareness, right? Because we're going to get the pullback.
Shop.
It's coming.
Big spread.
But we're just not getting it yet. And I
Shop.
think we're due
Shop.
heavily for a pullback at this point.
Shop.
And who knows? Maybe
Watch the
I'll
spread.
buy the dip. Maybe
Shop.
I'll buy more
Big
if
spread.
it pulls off, if it pulls down. In my opinion, when
Shop.
it pulls down. And I'm curious to
AMCM.
see
Shop.
kind of where
Watch the
your
spread.
head's at
Shop.
when it comes to that.
Big
Let me
spread.
know down below in the comments,
BTCT.
guys. And by the way, hit that like button, run those likes up,
BTCT.
make sure to subscribe, guys,
Shop.
and join the
Big spread.
email list where I'm sending you my
BTCT.
top
Shop.
3 stocks every Monday for free.
Shop.
That's linked right down
BTST.
below in the
BTCT.
description box. And I
Shop.
actually just sent out
Shop.
an email earlier today. Shout out to all the people
BTCT.
that have joined the email list.
BTSG.
So let's take a look here at some analysts, what they're
FOXO.
thinking. Here we
FOXO.
have marketwatch.com. So it looks like they have it broken down here by 3 months ago, 1 month ago, and current. So we have buy, overweight, hold, underweight,
FOXO.
sell. So we have the different analysts here. So it looks like 3 months ago we had 6 analysts that said
Shop.
Palantir is a buy. Now we have 3. So that's
Shop.
come down, which makes
Watch the
sense
spread.
considering how much the stock has gone up and how much that
Shop.
valuation has
Big
ALTR,
spread.
ballooned,
Altair Science
right?
Collaboration
So
Agreement
3
with
months
European
ago, we
Space
had
Agency.
7
That's
BTCT.
Alpha
BTCT.
Romeo, ALTR.
Now we have 7. That stayed the same. And we also have more hold ratings. It looks like
Shop.
3 months ago we
Big
had
spread.
7 holds. Now we have 10.
EVGO.
And we have, let's see,
AAPL.
overweight rating. We had
BITX.
3 months ago. Now we
FOXO.
have 2. So pretty much what I'm getting from
CONL.
this is not as
CONL.
many buy ratings
Big
right
spread.
now, but we have more hold
CONL.
ratings. More people are saying, just hold on to the thing. Just hold on. It's one of those stocks, which I tend to agree with. So if we come down
RPTX,
here
Repair Therapeutics,
a
announcing
little bit
agreement with
more,
the
it
U.S.
looks like
National
Argus
Cancer
Research
Institute to
recently
BITX.
downgraded
development, to
Palantir
advance the
on the
development
7th
of
of November. Goldman Sachs
Certib, Camon
maintained
Certib, that's
their
Romeo
rating on
Papa
the
Tango
7th.
X-ray,
Jeffries
RPTX.
downgraded, which I
LAZR.
think I covered in a recent
SUGP.
video. D.A. Davidson maintained. Same with Northland Capital Markets. They maintained. And coming
FOXO.
over here to Benzinga, if I zoom in a little bit here, if this lets me,
Shop.
Shop.
without me having to sign up. Here we go. We can see here Palantir Technologies Inc. has a consensus price target of $26 based on the ratings
EVGO.
of 19 analysts. So guys, you'll see here the stock price where it's at today is higher than pretty much every analyst target, I believe. Every analyst's target is lower than where Palantir's at now. It looks like the high is
SUGP.
$50 issued by BofA Securities on September 10th, which you guys probably remember. We covered that here on the channel. Man,
EVGO.
$50 price target. I was like,
BTCT.
when that was issued about 2 months ago, I was like, all right, maybe at some point next year we hit that.
Shop.
But no, we're
Shop.
already at 60,
Shop.
guys. So
Shop.
B of A had the
Big
highest
spread.
target at $50.
Shop.
Looks like the low was $7, or is $7.50 by Wolf Research. They issued that on August 8th,
AMCN.
2023. My goodness, were
Shop.
they wrong?
Shop.
Horrible
Shop.
at Wolf Research.
ONCY,
Looks
Oncolytics
like
Biotech,
here,
reporting
Goldman
a
Sachs,
loss
Jeffries,
of
and
12
D.A.
cents.
Davidson on November 7th, 7th, and 5th, respectively.
BTCT.
They had an average price target of $38
TSDD.
per share amongst all 3 of those. Obviously,
That's in
we're
Canadian
way
dollars.
higher
The
than
estimate
that,
was a
and
loss
these
of
are
10 cents, or
12
what a loss
month
expected for
price
us. November
target. So
Charlie
that
Yankee.
insinuates here
EVGO.
maybe 35% downside from where we are now.
BTCT.
over the next 12 months
Shop.
based on the price
Shop.
target set out by
Shop.
Goldman,
Big spread.
Jeffries, and D.A.
Shop.
Davidson. I
EVGO.
don't
Big
think
spread.
necessarily we will go
EVGO.
back down.
EVGO.
It's $38 over the next 12 months, a
Shop.
35% drop. But
BTCT.
that's what these firms are projecting. So that's
Shop.
kind of a breakdown
Shop.
here as to where the analysts are at. Keep in mind
Shop.
there's a lot of bulls out
EVGO.
there, also
Shop.
some bears, but keep in mind we
Shop.
are above pretty much every price target that I've seen on Wall
Shop.
Street right now.
Shop.
With the highest one being
EVGO.
$50 at least based on what I
Shop.
saw here from
Shop.
B of A Securities.
Shop.
So yeah,
Shop.
we're above
Shop.
all the price
Shop.
targets. Keep that in mind.
Shop.
Shop.
Take it for what you
SHOP
will, guys.
Shopify
But overall,
105.39
I'm
now.
still long the stock.
Shop.
I didn't
Spiking
sell
here
a
on
dime.
their
I
earnings
didn't buy
report.
any more. I'm just holding on, and I'm up
EVGO.
a massive amount, 180%, something like that, which is just insane, right? So let me know your thoughts in the comments, guys.
EVGO.
Run the likes up. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you
EVGO.
haven't gotten up to 15 stocks yet for Moomoo, what are you waiting for?
XBP.
Check out the link down below or go to StockSurfast.com/Moomoo. Once you open up your account and fund it with at least
XBP.
$100, you get 5
XBP.
stocks and a $30 cash reward, and fund your account with at least $1,000. You get 10 more stocks,
XBP.
and overall, your uninvested cash for now will earn up to 8.1% APY, which, guys, that's a no-brainer. So check out the link down below. Or
EVGO.
like I said, go to StockSurfast.com/Moomoo. Get your stocks, guys, free money. And with that being said,
EVGO.
cheers. I'll catch you guys in the next video.
SUGP. XBP. 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 BTCT. BTCT.
Shop.
BTCT. BTCT. BITF. FOXO.
AAPL. IBRX. IBRX.
IBRX. MNOV. BTCT. BTCT. Bear. BTCT. XBP.
AAPL.
XBP.
CVAC.
FOXO. Bear. TSHA, BTCT,
AEVA,
LAZR, TSHA, EVGO,
SKYT,
BTCT, 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 TSHA, BTCT, 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 XBP, EVGO, XBP, XBP, BTCT, BTCT,
AEVA,
BTCT, BTCT,
PGY, Pagaya, with their results.
XBP,
Pagaya Technologies, 44 cents.
XBP,
DDI,
The estimate was a loss of 19 cents. Revenue 257 million. The estimate 253
DDI.
million. So that's a beat for Papa Golf Yankee.
JAGX,
LAZR,
DDI, DDI, DDI,
TSHA,
JAGX, DDI,
SQQQ,
DDI,
LAZR, SARK, XBP, GDC, TSHA,
AEVA, STIM,
BTCT, XBP, BTCT,
NVDL,
BTCT, BTCT, SUGP, SUGP, XBP,
Benzinger market update. S&P futures down 9. The Dow futures down 40. Nasdaq down
JAGX,
26.
JAGX,
25.50.
BTCT,
BTCT,
Crude is up 29 cents at $68.33. Natural gas is up
BTCT,
a penny at $2.93. Gold down $9.40, 2608.10. Bitcoin futures up 380 at 88,115.
BTCT,
NVDL,
BTCT, 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 XBP, BTCT,
BTCT,
BTCT, TSHA, SUGP, BTCT, BTCT,
JAGX,
PGY, Big Spread,
BTCT,
BTCT, LAZR, WKHS, BTCT, BTCT, FOXO, TSDD, XBP,
CAMT, NVDA.
TSHA. Grab.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey, we're How Ridiculous, three childhood friends and digital content creators that do epic stuff from Perth, Australia.
We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views, and we're a small team. We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we now get unbelievable opportunities to do things like film balloon popping races with Manchester City. I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
TSHA. Grab. BTCT. 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 Grab. BTCT. WKHS. XBP. BTCT. XBP. GOVX. TSHA.
Cron.
XBP. UVIX.
TSN Tyson reporting
GOTU. Xena.
BTCT.
Tyson reporting 92 cents.
Air.
BTCT.
The estimate was 69 cents, so that's a beat
Air.
for Tango Sending November.
AGFY.
TSN.
AGFY.
BTCT.
AGFY.
BTCT.
AGFY.
Sales of
AGFY.
13.565 billion. The estimate was 13.392 billion. So that's a beat for
TSHA.
Tyson. Tango Sending November.
TSHA.
SGRY Surgery Partners 19 cents. That's a miss. The estimate was 25 cents. Revenue of
AMPX.
770 million. The estimate was 769.8 million. That's a beat on revenue for Sandy Romeo Golf
BTCT.
Yankee. ALIT
AGFY.
Alight reported 9 cents adjusted. The estimate was 9 cents, so that's in line with estimate.
AGFY.
Alpha Lima India Tango.
AGFY. AGFY,
ABEO,
TSHA,
KRON, KOPN,
TSHA, SQQQ, AMPX, GOVX, AGFY, SBIT, AGFY, Big Spread, EVGO,
KOPN,
AGFY,
EVGO,
AGFY, EVGO,
EVGO,
EVGO, XBP,
ADIV,
AMC, BTCT, 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 GOVX,
SPHR Sphere Entertainment
AGFY,
reporting Q1 GAAP
GOVX,
EPS of a loss of
GOVX,
$2.95,
AGFY,
missing the loss of $1.96 estimate.
GOVX,
Sales
GOVX,
227.9 million, missing the 247.5 million estimate for
GOVX,
Sandy Papa Hotel
GOVX,
Romeo. SPHR
GOVX, BTCT, 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 GOVX,
GOVX,
GOVX, GOVX, GOVX,
Xena, Xena,
XBP, BTCT, Grab, GOVX,
TSN,
GOVX, 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 XBP,
NVDL,
GOVX, 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 SE. Watch the spread.
KOPN, KOPN,
FOXO.
KOPN,
AIR.
XVP.
AIR makes a
KOPN.
multi-year deal with Chromalloy to exclusively supply CF6-80C2 engine parts. Names
TSLQ.
not disclosed for Alpha India Romeo AIR. CTV reporting EPS of 3 cents, beating the loss of 1 cent
NVDL.
estimate. Sales 38.25
KOPN.
million, missing the 41 million estimate for Charlie Tango Victor CTV.
AGFY.
ABEO, Ebona Therapeutics, announces FDA acceptance of BLA resubmission for PZ cell in recessive
Grab.
district endomylosis bullosa. That's Alpha Bravo
Cron,
Echo Oscar ABEO.
Cron.
TSN,
PGY. Watch the spread. BTCT. GOVX. MSTR. Watch the spread. BTCT. BTCT.
NVDL,
BTCT. BTCT. GOVX.
KOPN,
BTCT.
KOPN,
BTCT. BTCT. TSLZ.
HSHP,
Grab.
NVDL,
NVDX.
NVDA,
PGY. Watch the spread.
AAPL,
Cron. PGY. Watch the spread.
RGEN, Repligen,
NVDL.
reporting 43 cents, beating the
SAFE,
33-cent estimate. Sales 154.87 million, beating the 153.23 million estimate for RGEN,
NVDL.
raising its fiscal year 24 guidance as well. Romeo Golf Echo November, RGEN.
BTCT. BTCT.
NVDL,
GOVX. 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 NVDL. BTCT. NVDL. GOVX.
NVDA,
GOVX. NVAX. GOVX. 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 GOVX.
AAPL.
Grab. GOVX.
NVDA.
GOVX. TSHA.
AAPL.
XBP. TSHA. BTCT.
TSHA.
TSHA. GOVX.
VRDN, Verdant Therapeutics, reporting a loss of $1.15, missing the loss of $6
TSHA.
estimate.
TSHA.
Victor Romeo Delta November, VRDN.
GOVX.
SNDX, Syndex Pharmaceuticals announcing top-line results from
NVDA.
relapse
NVDL.
or refractory mutant NPM1 acute
GOVX.
myeloid leukemia cohort in phase 2 portion of the Augment 101 trial. That's Sandy November
GOVX.
Delta X-ray, SNDX.
NVDL.
AAPL.
NVDL. NVDL.
ABEL.
XBP. XBP. BTCT. GOVX. 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 GOVX.
AAPL.
GOVX. GOVX. GOVX.
CGNT, Cognite authorizes a $20 million buyback program. Charlie Golf, November Tango, CGNT.
Shop. SE. Big spread. NVDL. NVDL.
AAPL.
BTCT. GOVX. 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 NVAX. TSLQ. NVAX.
Cron.
LAZR. BTCT. BTCT. GOVX. BTCT. BTCT. GOVX. GOVX. GOVX.
GOVX.
GOVX. GOVX. GOVX.
GOVX. GOVX.
GOVX. GOVX.
GOVX.
GOVX.
GOVX.
GOVX.
GOVX. AMZN. NVDA.
SBIT.
GOVX. GOVX.
GOVX.
GOVX.
GOVX.
GOVX.
GOVX.
GOVX. GOVX.
GOVX. GOVX.
SBSW.
AVTX, Avalo Therapeutics, receives $69.4 million in gross proceeds from full exercise of the warrants issued in March
And
2024
TSHA.
private placement. It's Alpha Victor Tango X-Ray, AVTX.
XBP. XBP. GOVX.
GOVX.
GOVX. XBP. 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 BTCT. TSLQ. AMC.
Give me 30 seconds so I can show you the trading strategies that allow me to become a full-time trader and quit my job 2 years.
The Trump stock market is The Trump stock
TSLA.
market is absolutely insane right now. We're going to talk about GameStop, crypto,
TSLZ.
Bitcoin, Tesla, a Bitcoin penny stock that I'm currently in
GOVX.
that could potentially give me
FOXO.
big gains while
BTCT.
Bitcoin is rapidly rising
FOXO.
towards $100,000 per coin. We're going to talk about DJT stock. Is it going to be bought out by Elon? There's a whole lot of information to talk about
GOVX.
in today's video. And according to this analyst, Trump is the most pro-stock market
BTCT.
president in history. He's president-elect. He will be inaugurated on January 20th,
BTCT.
2025. And it's very unlikely that he's going to implement policies that are going to be bad for the stock market, considering
CSAI.
his previous term, considering how he consistently talks about the stock market, how he wants it to consistently hit new all-time highs, so that can be on his record. And of course, he does have his own stock
BTCT.
where he owns a majority of the stock on the market, ticker DJT. Let's start with GME, and then we'll talk about the penny stock that I loaded up on recently, and then we'll talk about everything else that it's just a loaded video, guys. So GameStop, it's up 9% today, another 3%
BTCT.
in after-hours trading. I told you guys in the previous video that GameStop was
TSHA.
breaking out, and GameStop is
TSHA.
continuing to break out right now. It's broke out of a downtrend.
BTCT.
Let's see if we can get a Roaring Kitty tweet in the near future, a Roaring Kitty post on Reddit while the momentum is there. If we get
BTCT.
some sort of post from Roaring Kitty while we have momentum, this could send it continuously higher. I
TSLZ.
believe that $30 per share is going to be once again some resistance.
Bridge
Last
Bio,
time we got pretty much right up to
reporting a
$30
loss
per
of
share,
86 cents,
and then we
BDD
got
loss of
rejected there.
99
So
cent
once
estimate,
again,
BTCT.
for GameStop, the
0.73
big
million,
resistance level is going to be
3.76 million
20
estimate.
or $30 per
Bravo,
share. If
Bravo,
this can
India,
break
Oscar,
over $30
BBIO.
per share, we can continue well on our way to $40,
BTCT.
$50 per share, in my personal opinion. And a support level for this one is going to be that $25 level,
GOVX.
$25 per share level as a potential support for GameStop. And GameStop might have a Trump card or GTA 6 wild card in the mix. If you guys didn't know, the CEO of GameStop, he's happy about Trump's victory. Ryan Cohen, he took to Twitter on Wednesday morning after the Donald Trump won the
TSLQ.
presidential election. He said, "God bless America." Cohen actually endorsed Trump on July 13th, shortly after the former president survived an assassination attempt in
Yay.
Butler, PA. That's the same day
BTCT.
that Elon Musk endorsed
BTCT.
Trump as well. It worked out for them. They were right. He won the presidency. And Cohen is in this
BTCT.
year's Market Watch 50, which lists the most 50 influential
BTCT.
people in the market this year. So Cohen
TSHA.
is right alongside Elon Musk.
BTCT.
And Elon Musk is arguably the Trump's
TSHA.
highest profile
BTCT.
supporter. And there's been a Trump effect on Tesla as well.
BTCT.
You guys know, you saw it. Elon Musk was all over endorsing Trump, funding his campaign, endorsing him on Twitter, trying to get him elected in any way possible. And so far, that has benefited Tesla stock itself directly. The Trump victory has directly benefited Tesla stock. It's up over 60% in the past month. So there was a little bit of a jump back here, about 20% jump. But
BTCT.
what do you see here right on November 5th, right after the election?
TSHA.
A 44% jump in Tesla stock after Donald Trump has won the election. And Elon Musk is
BTCT.
$70 billion
BTCT.
richer since Trump's victory due to
BTCT.
Tesla's stock surge. And you guys, a lot of people have been talking about that he spent only $130 million to get Trump elected, but his net worth has lifted by $70 billion. So he's probably going to continuously be promoting Trump, be promoting Republicans, and probably even into the 2026 midterms and
SYRE,
beyond. I mean, he's seen
Spire
a
Therapeutics
significant
announces interim
benefit
phase
from
1
this,
data
and that is
from
just something
its
that we
first
got to note
in-human
there.
trial of
And Tesla, it's at
SPY001.
$350 per share,
Sandy,
broke over
Yankee, Romeo, Echo,
$300.
SYRE.
This is well on its way to all-time highs, in my opinion. You might see a little bit of resistance at $400 per share, on its way to its all-time high of 414, and that might be your biggest resistance. But in my opinion, this is just strongly
GOVX.
on its way to all-time highs for Tesla stock. Now let's talk about
GOVX.
Bitcoin. It's at 89,100. It nearly hit 90K. This is well on its way to 100K. I'll talk about a very micro cap crypto Bitcoin stock that I'm in right now. First of all, before I get into that and get into Bitcoin in general, guys, make sure you hop in the Moon Market private Discord. It is absolutely popping right now. There's a 30-day free trial you can get for the Moon Market private Discord today. I alerted ticker CERO at 0.088. Guys, CERO went on to go absolutely bonkers after I alerted that play, giving a chance for a massive from 0.0088 to 22 cents, 150% pop on ticker CERO. We called the biggest runner of the day in the Discord. You got to get in there. 30-day free trial, $8,600 gain, and also MTNB. I talked about this. We have a date. I have a day trade room where it's quick in and out plays, and where I don't hold the day trades overnight, and then the swing trade room where I do hold those swing trades overnight. And MTNB at a 55 cents average that I alerted in the Discord last week. I told you I was holding that one for a swing trade. And then look at this one. It hit $1 today. Of course, I took profit on the way up. About an 80% potential pop.
HRTX
ticker
Therapeutics.
You can see it right there. MTNP 80%. So get in the Discord right now.
Which is
we see Mara
sales
up
of
30%
missing
today.
the
We say Coinbase up
36.93 million estimate for
20%
Hotel
today.
Romeo,
Coinbase,
Tango X-Ray,
on an
HRTX.
$80 billion company, this is up 20%. Coinbase is shredding it. This is absolutely killing it. Coinbase is a true monster in the game right now. And a lot of people are thinking that Coinbase can play a major role in Trump creating a United States Bitcoin
BTCT.
reserve. And that's really a big thing that a lot of people are talking about, is the U.S. creating
GOVX.
a Bitcoin reserve. Before we get into that, let's just take a look at what's up right now in
GOVX.
the Bitcoin crypto game here. And by the way, guys, you can see my crypto holding right here. I still have all my Bitcoin. I have you can see it 2.56 Bitcoin right there, and a little bit of Solana. I think I swapped a little bit of Bitcoin for a little bit of Solana, 40
BTCT.
Solana a couple months back. But regardless, Bitcoin holding this one strong. I'm not selling any Bitcoin for absolutely. I have no intention to sell any of this at all. That's how I feel about Bitcoin. Us holders in Bitcoin, we're extremely strong holding this. We have zero intention
XBP.
to sell this Bitcoin. We're super strong on this one. I mean,
SMH.
just to think to get
JAGX.
rid of a Bitcoin, just
Wait,
it doesn't make any sense to me right now, because
XBP.
I mean, right now
TAMT.
Bitcoin is getting to a point where, you know, a lot of people
TSLA.
aren't even going to be able to ever hold a full
PAPL,
Bitcoin. So
exclusive
if
to
you just have a
Benzinga,
full
Pineapple
Bitcoin,
Financial,
or just a
tells
little,
Benzinga
you
the
don't have
company
to have a
expands
full
network
Bitcoin.
with
That's all I'm trying to say.
GNS.
But if you just have a full Bitcoin,
affiliated
AMD.
brokerages and reports record growth in
LEDs.
agent network. That's Papa
Oxy.
Alpha.
DGNS.
APL.
ONLBTX. NVO. GNS.
GNS.
ASTS,
kind of feel like you're in this
BTCT.
certain group where, you know, not everybody is going to be able to have a full Bitcoin one day. So, you know, the sky is truly the limit for Bitcoin right now. Remember, they can't add to the circulating supply. There's no dilution, and Bitcoin's just going to continue to climb higher here. And Coinbase is benefiting
SBIT.
greatly.
SBIT.
Dogecoin is absolutely
Sir.
killing it as well, up 120% in the past 7 days. We know that Elon Musk has been involved in Dogecoin for quite some time. Shiba Inu, I usually like to trade Shiba Inu when Dogecoin is getting hot, so you can look into some Shiba Inu buys. Chronos up 200%, and these meme coins are going to continue to get hot. I'm probably going to start getting into some of these. I have been tempted to
WKHS.
swap some
BND.
like, you know, 0.1 Bitcoin maybe to do something riskier. That's about the most I would do, but I wouldn't really
LUBD.
consider selling any of my
HTZ,
Bitcoin at all
Hertz
for quite some
reporting
time. And
revenue
RJR.
of
we know that
2.6
on the
billion.
campaign trail, President-elect Trump
Missing the
announced he's going
2.69
to,
$6 billion
make
estimate
the
and
U.S.
sales
the
of a loss of
crypto
68 cents,
capital of
missing
the
the loss of
planet.
50
And it was
cent
actually
estimate
just
for
called
Hotel
today
Tango
that the
Zulu,
Republicans also
HTZ.
won the House, so they have a House and the
XBP.
Senate. Hopefully, Republicans are going to be able to
CHGG.
pass some laws that do greatly benefit crypto and the Bitcoin industry, or just executive orders would probably work as well. Also, there's a lot of talk of, like I said, a strategic
XBP.
Bitcoin reserve for the
XBP.
United States. For the United States,
APLD.
which is basically
XBP.
it refers to a
XBP.
government or
Wow.
institutional strategy where Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency, is held as a strategic asset, similar to
GNS.
how gold or oil might be
NLTS.
held in national reserves. So
JD.
basically, where the U.S. government is going to be holding and
ASNJ.
buying a whole
VRE.
bunch of Bitcoin
GOVX.
in a strategic reserve, which would be absolutely
AML.
huge, huge, huge. I'm talking massive for Bitcoin. And that's going to
BTCT.
send it well over 100K,
SPXS.
200K. Could Bitcoin go to $1 million per coin? It's not out of the cards, honestly. Ticker NUKK. So this is a
NVAX.
crypto stock. This is
VST.
just a $5 million market cap. First of all, NUKK is not a long-term hold. This is something that I'm in on. I'm already in on the play.
SBIT.
Hopefully to get a
AP
50
Amco
to even
Pittsburgh,
100% gain
loss of
while
10
crypto
cents,
is
down
hot,
from
and then I take my
XBP.
profits and I run.
positive
Or if it
4
doesn't
cents
work
year
out,
over
I
year.
cut it for
Sales
a
96.
GOVX. XBP.
0.17 million, down from 102.22 million year over year. That's Alpha Papa, AP,
EVGO.
MIRM, Miriam Pharmaceuticals,
MNGS.
reporting a loss of
GNS.
30 cents, beating the
GNS.
loss of 44
GNS.
cent estimate. Sales 90.3 million, beating the 82.02 million estimate for Mike India Romeo Mike, MIRM.
CTRM. TZUP.
GMGI Golden Matrix reporting a loss of 3
SPXU.
cents, which is in line year over year. Sales
SBIT.
40.99 million, up from correction,
BTCT.
down from up from 11.31
SE.
million year over year. Gulf
Watch the
Mike
spread.
Gulf India GMGI.
CTV.
TKLF, Tokyo Lifestyle, announces plan of ADS ratio change from one ADS representing one ordinary share to one
WKHS.
ADS representing 10 ordinary shares to 1 for 10. TKLF,
AGFY.
TSHA. BTCT.
NDRA, Endera Life Sciences, highlights a study on the company's
BTCT.
TAEUS technology in patients with high BMI. The company that study to be presented at AA
GNS.
DBAI.
SLD's The Liver Meeting 2024.
GNS.
Nancy Delta Romeo Alpha, NDRA. Shares popping on that.
GOVX. FOXO. XBP.
NVDA. PDD.
BTCT. GNS. TSHA. EVGO. XBP.
SMTK, Smart Chem, reporting EPS a loss of
GOVX.
86 cents, up from a loss of $1.78 year over year. Sandy Mike Tango Kilo, SMTK.
XBP.
SGMO.
XBP. XBP. XBP.
DEVS.
BJ's Wholesale Club
XBP.
names
XBP.
SE.
a new COO effective immediately. It's Bravo Juliet BJ.
SE,
XBP,
SE, SE, SE,
NVAX, Novavax,
SHC,
reporting a loss of
SE.
76 cents, beating the loss of 83-cent estimate. Sales 84.5
XBP,
million, beating the
XBP,
65.78 million estimate.
MCRB,
Expects 2024 total revenues of 650 million to 700 million versus the prior guidance of 700 million to 800 million.
SE.
So
GOVX,
narrowing that range.
VRE,
The estimate is 761.45 million for Nancy Victor Alpha X-ray NVAX.
SE.
Shares dipping a
SE.
little bit.
SE,
XBP, XBP,
SE, Jenny, SE,
NVEE,
WKHS,
NV5
Grab,
secures a $46 million in contracts from Western Utilities for
SE.
fire mitigation and grid hardening.
VRE,
$38 million for
XBP,
undergrounding power lines, and $8 million for grid hardening
TSHA,
initiative. That's Nancy Victor Echo Echo NVEE. TPST Tempest receives FDA study
TSHA,
may proceed letter for its phase 3 trial.
SE,
NVDL,
Tango
Watch the
Papa
spread.
Sandy Tango TPST.
SE, watch the spread. EVGO, XBP, XBP, TSHA, Shop,
TZUP,
GOVX, Shop,
EVGO,
EVGO, Shop, EVGO,
Jenny, EVGO,
LEDs,
EVGO,
EVGO, EVGO,
TSMC board approves $15 billion for a new facility and advanced node capacity. That's from
NVDO.
Digitimes
NVDU.
Asia. Tango Sandy Mike TSM.
EVGO,
EVGO, EVGO,
XBP,
EVGO,
NVIDIA shares
EVGO,
seen a pop on that,
YGMZ,
EVGO,
as well as SMCI.
EVGO,
EVGO,
EVGO, EVGO, XBP,
EVGO, EVGO,
EVGO,
EVGO,
EVGO, EVGO,
EVGO, EVGO,
EVGO,
EVGO,
EVGO, XBP, BTCT, TSHA,
WKHS,
WKHS, TSHA, GOVX, BTCT, WKHS, GOVX.
HOVR. OBLG.
EVGO. EVGO.
NVDU.
EVGO.
EVGO. WKHS. HNST.
WKHS. BTCT. BTCT.
SW.
BTCT. BTCT. XBP.
ALLR.
BTCT.
RVPH. Reviva announcing enrollment update for open label extension study
HNST.
evaluating
BTCT.
brilaroxazine in schizophrenia.
BTCT.
That's Romeo Victor Papa Hotel, RVPH. MBRX receives
NVDL.
institutional
XBP.
review board approval for its
BTCT.
Miracle Phase 3 pivotal trial of annamycin in
BTCT.
combination with
NVDU.
cytarabine in RR acute myeloid leukemia.
GOVX.
It's Mike Bravo Romeo X-ray MBRX.
EVGO. WKHS. GNS. XBP. GNS. BTCT.
FOXO.
BTCT. 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 BTCT.
VRDN.
BTCT. VRDN. Big spread. BTCT. XBP.
NVDL.
OVID reporting a loss of 20 cents, missing the loss of 19-cent estimate.
XBP.
Oscar Victor India Delta OVID.
GNS.
IAG. FOXO. DEVS.
TSHA. PTIX. EVGO.
CLRB.
PTIX,
SGMO,
TSLQ,
INTP, Adaptus Therapeutics, reporting a loss of 32
On.
cents, beating the loss of
GOVX,
48-cent estimate.
ON,
India November Delta Papa,
XBP,
INDP,
GOVX, FOXO,
NRXS, Neurexis Q3 sales of 666,000,
BTCT,
up from 477,000 year over year. Nancy Romeo
BTCT,
X-ray Sandy, NRXS,
GNS,
FOXO, FOXO, LICY, FOXO,
GNS,
AMZN, FOXO, FOXO,
XBP, FOXO,
PROC, FOXO, FOXO, FOXO,
FOXO,
FOXO, FOXO,
shares are seeing some volume here. Tokyo Electron reporting
FOXO.
earnings.
Cold, Shop,
Or some guidance, sees fiscal year 25 GAAP EPS of
LICY, FOXO,
1.14
FOXO,
billion yen.
FOXO, TSLQ,
ZVIA,
Correction, that's 1.14 trillion yen.
Toyo, FOXO, Toyo,
Tango Oscar Echo Lima
XBP,
Yankee TOELY.
XBP, TSLZ,
AMZN,
GOVX,
Jenny,
BTCT,
ZVIA, CHGG,
NVAX, Novavax shares continuing lower
EVGO,
here. Below the
PTIX,
$9 level.
TSHA,
Now at 830, down 7.8%. Nancy Victor Alpha X-ray NVAX.
GOVX,
JRSH,
FOXO,
SG, KYTX, JANK,
EVGO,
EVGO, AMZN, Jenny,
Han. Watch the spread. Han.
Tokyo Electron
Han. Watch the
reporting
spread.
Q2 EPS of 53 cents, up from 27 cents year over year. Sales of 2.87
Han.
billion
Watch the spread.
dollars, down from
BTCT.
2.96 billion year over year. That's Tango,
Lost. It's
Oscar,
just a
Echo,
$5
Yankee,
million market
TOLY.
cap.
Watch the spread.
Guys, this is not a great
TOLY.
company. They are completely out of cash, but it's a blockchain
XBP.
company, and this is a company that owns
Watch the spread.
a portion of Jacobi Asset Management, which is a bit
NVDA.
Europe's
EVGO.
first regulated and
AMZN.
approved
BTCT.
Bitcoin spot ETF. So ticker NUKK does
EVGO.
have a chance
EVGO.
to potentially pop
EVGO.
while Bitcoin
XBP.
is hot right now. They are going to need to raise cash, so they will dilute, which will overall make the price
Han.
go lower
Watch the
sometime
spread.
down the line, which is why it's not a long-term hold. You, if it breaks under $2 per share,
BTCT.
that's going to be my stop loss for this one. If it breaks under $2, I'll get stopped out under $2 per share. I'll take the loss on it if it doesn't work out.
SE.
But I am holding this one for a potential gain out of this one while crypto is steaming hot. And that's one
BTCT.
that I'm swinging right now, ticker
THGG.
NUKK. It's a crypto stock. It's something that I'm in
SE.
and looking for a nice little gain on that one. So ticker
BTCT.
DJT. Let's quickly talk about DJT. DJT support. It
BTCT.
bounced recently right at
BTCT.
$25 support. I think DJT is going to get
XBP.
ready to heat up very soon. Some people are forgetting about it, but guys,
BTCT.
remember, Trump is president-elect. He's going to get inaugurated January
EVGO.
20th, 2025.
BSX.
We could see a run-up on DJT up to the inauguration day. In my opinion, there's a
EVGO.
very good chance that could happen. And there's a lot of rumors
CVIA.
buzzing about, True Social
SDGR.
merging with
GNS.
X, to bring Twitter back to the stock market. It's possible. We'll see if that happens. It's going to be
RMTF.
interesting to see how that plays out. But DJT, still very bullish on that one, guys. Make sure you get your 30-day free trial right now. Link in the top and comment. Absolute winner on MTNB.
NXK.
And ticker CERO at 8 cents. Went to 20 cents. Get in there right now.
EVGO.
That's it for me. Peace.
Here's a
EVGO.
simple trading strategy where you trade the same asset every day at the same time. You can use it
GOVX.
to achieve trading success without worrying one bad trade will wipe out
EVGO.
months of profits.
EVGO.
If you don't want to learn how to consistently make successful returns while trading, without the
EVGO.
stress,
GOVX.
worry, and anxiety-inducing
SDGR.
ups and downs, and go ahead, skip this ad. Oh, you're still here. Great. Because I'm about to give you access to a quick video that
ZVIA.
EVGO. GNS. XBP.
What's up, everyone? All right, well, we're going to break down the trades from today, Monday morning, back in the saddle. And I was excited for today because sentiment over the weekend is strong. It was strong. So S&P 500
XBP.
futures at posting record highs. Bitcoin, record highs. And then this morning, Tesla pre-market gapping higher and squeezing up. So right now, we are in a period where we've got some really nice tailwinds. Overall momentum is strong, sentiment is high, and I was excited to try to find a couple trades. But
EVGO.
I was disappointed when I sat down and I didn't see
GOVX.
any big gappers that looked good. One of the problems today was that we had dispersed
GOVX.
attention again with leading volume going to a couple of low-price penny stocks. I am green on the day on 3 out of the 4 stocks
GOVX.
I traded, up $10,232.78. But if we look at the
GOVX.
volume
SE.
today, FOXO already has 307 million shares. Mara, Riot, BITF, CAN, these ones are following with high volume, but what do these have in common? Crypto sympathy stocks. So these are stocks that touch cryptocurrency in one way or another, but I've never
Jenny.
found them easy to trade. So you might say, then why was I excited that Bitcoin was posting a record high? Because what I've noticed is that Bitcoin is a more speculative asset, a more speculative investment, as are all cryptocurrencies. Now, some people will disagree with me on that, but let's just say, for the sake of argument, we know that cryptocurrencies in general
SDGR.
are
SE.
volatile, and small caps
GOVX.
in general are volatile.
SE.
What I have noticed is that when Bitcoin crashes, small caps also suffer. We saw this in, what was it? I think it was December of 2018.
WKHS.
We had a crash in cryptocurrency, and all of a sudden
GOVX.
small caps went totally dead. We saw it through the pandemic, cryptocurrency surging, and then when FTX went under and we had this collapse in the cryptocurrency markets,
WKHS.
small caps were also dead. So they seem to trade similarly, and I don't know if that's an algorithm or what it is that has them paired in a certain way, but they're both, I would say, more speculative asset classes, and so there must be something there that is tying them together. So in any case, although I don't have interest in trading, generally speaking,
GOVX.
most cryptocurrency related stocks, I'm glad to see that cryptocurrency is doing well and
TSLG.
Bitcoin is doing well, because I think that it bodes well for momentum traders in general in
XBP.
other speculative assets like small cap stocks. So when I first sat down this morning, no, we didn't have too much that looked good on the scans. And the first stock I traded was
FOXO.
SUGP. SUGP is, it's a stock with a 3.5 million share float. We look at the daily chart. You can see that it's got a history of
TWO,
popping up.
BTCT.
It's not like a stock
Naming
that I've
Travis
never
Winston
seen or
as
traded
CFO.
before,
XBP.
but it's relatively new.
BTCT.
And the 200 moving
WKHS.
average has just begun at $2.30 because it's only been trading for about
BTCT.
TSN. Kerr. 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 Kerr.
GOVX. XBP. XBP.
NXL. ZVIA.
XBP. WKHS. TSLQ.
MNTS, Momentous secures Halo prototype
TSN.
XBP.
order contract from U.S. Space Development Agency to support rapid satellite prototyping
XBP.
and demonstration for proliferated LEO constellation. Terms not
XBP.
disclosed. Mike Nancy
XBP.
Tango Sandy, MNTS.
IAG. Teva. Han.
XBP. WKHS.
EXK.
XBP.
SIDU. SIDU. SIDU.
GOVX.
SIDU. SIDU. HOFV. SIDU. SAIH.
FOXO.
SIDU.
FOXO. GOVX. TSLQ. BTCT. SIDU. 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 SIDU.
RSLS.
about 9 months.
RSLS. 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 SDGR.
SIDU. TSLQ. SIDU. SIDU.
LEDs.
TROW, T Rowe Price reporting preliminary
SIDU.
month end of
SIDU.
1.61 trillion assets under
SIDU.
management. Tango Romeo Oscar Whiskey, TROW.
SIDU.
RSLS, Reshape Life Sciences, shares seeing some volumes here. Gains Health Canada approval for next gen lap band 2.0 flex.
IVVT.
Romeo Sandy Lima Sandy RSLS.
NXL.
SIDU.
Watt. IVVD.
Grab. TSLQ. EVGO.
Jenny. ZVIA.
Shop.
SVSW.
GOVX. FOXO. XBP. XBP.
MDU.
XBP. FOXO.
Oris. IVVD.
GOVX. PTIX.
LEDs.
LEDs.
SVSW.
LEDs. GOVX. TSDD.
Watt.
XBP.
PIC.
SIDU. PTIX.
TBBB.
XBP. XBP.
LICY.
Shop. SIDU. SIDU.
AMZU. CLCO. AMZN.
Shop. GOEB.
ABBV. Shop.
Shop.
GLN.
Big
Shop.
spread.
CNH.
Shop. Big spread.
Shop.
FOXO.
Shop.
Shop.
Shop. Shop. Shop.
Shop.
Shop. Shop.
Shop.
Shop.
Shop.
Shop.
Shop.
Shop.
Shop.
Shop.
Shop.
Shop. Shop.
Shop.
ABBV.
STM. Shop. FOXO. SIDU. SIDU. SIDU.
GLB.
SIDU.
AMZU.
SIDU. 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 FOXO. Shop. XBP. GOVX. BTCT. Shop. SIDU.
Uber.
SIDU. Shop. Shop. SIDU.
FBL.
GOVX. SIDU. SIDU.
VRDN.
Shop. Shop. Shop.
MSFT. FBL.
Shop. Big spread. SIDU. XBP. Han. Watch the spread. SIDU. Han. Watch the spread. SIDU. Han. FOXO. SBIT. GOVX. GOVX. SIDU. TSLQ. LAZR.
Oris.
XBP. FOXO.
JRSH.
TSHA. XBP.
Or so, 10 months. So when this started to pop up, initially, the first thing I asked myself is how closely does this meet the profile of the right types of stocks to trade? Again, as per this video right here, where I talk about using those profiles to maximize profits during a hot market. So I noticed that the price is a little lower, $1.50, $1.80. The flow.
Let me tell you how I was able to quit my job and retire last year. I've been trading for the last 5 years.
4.5 million shares is under the 5 million cutoff. Well, it's not really cutoff, but under the 5 million profile, but under 2 has been better, under a 2 million share float. And then I saw that it lacked news, but I also saw HK. So I'm thinking, oh, Hong Kong stock. Okay, so, you know, this is something that I'm aware of. And we know that these are stocks that can be a little bit
BTCZ.
A little bit volatile and a little unpredictable. So as I saw it hitting the scans initially, I look at the chart, and this was as it was popping up right here at 7 a.m. And it first hits the scan at like $1.75, $1.80, and I pull it up and I see, well, it had this high here, and look, it hit a high and rejected.
XBP.
Hit a high and rejected,
XBP.
which is very common of a stock that has no news. In fact, it happens on stocks that have news. So when they have no news, it's even more likely. But it goes through 2, goes straight to 218, pulls back for a second, goes up to 230, which is right at that daily 200 EMA.
Taxi
it
Network,
then pulls back.
Juliet Oscar Bravo Yankee JOBY.
SIDU. SIDU.
MSFT. FONR.
FOXO.
Alert. FBL.
SIDU. XBP.
FOXO. FOXO. FOXO.
FOXO.
FOXO. New. FOXO. FOXO.
FOXO.
FOXO. FOXO. FOXO. FOXO. FONR. FOXO. FOXO.
EVGO.
FOXO.
FOXO Technologies shares continuing higher here in the pre-market, up 41%.
AMAT. FOXO. 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 FOXO.
FOXO. BTCT. BTCT.
GOOGSOL. ONMT.
SIDU.
ONMT. SMSI. PEGY.
BTCT.
SPPL. FBL.
XBP. ONMD.
For a minute, and I got in right here at 238. I bought 15,000 shares, and I added for the breakthrough 250.
GGLL.
It hits a high of 253. It pulls back for a moment, and unfortunately, you know, although it went all the way up to a high of 270, it was not really that clean.
Shop.
A bunch of topping tails, got bottoming wicks, topping tails.
Shop.
It just didn't pull away, and it certainly did not go parabolic. And I sized up too heavy. I didn't take the base hit when I had it, and I went red on the stock by $298. It's not the end of the world, but I am red on the stock.
BTCT.
So that's my first, the first trade of the day. So then after that, we had PMW or PWM. PWM hits the scanner. Same thing. There's no fresh headline. There's no fresh news. I look at the stock. Where's this company from? It can't be Hong Kong again, and it is. Hong Kong again. So now there's a little bit of a trend
FBL.
going on. So I'm like, all right.
Shares
we
of
got another
Honeywell,
one popping
HON,
up here.
pulling back.
This
pulled
one
back
had
from the
begun to
highs,
pop Friday
now at
after hours. Popped up a
238.51
little bit more
after
pre-market. Then out of nowhere
Elliott
went
said
from
LYM.
$1 to
$5
$1.80.
billion
BTCT.
stake
Now,
in
some
the
traders were
company. That's
mentioning
Hotel
GOVX.
some
number.
price compression on the daily. It
Kappa.
compressed
NVDA.
here
BTCT.
and then
About,
pulled away. Compressed
FOXO.
here and then pulled away.
$13 on
Compressed
Honeywell.
here and then started to pull away.
FOXO.
But it also has a history of dropping down and not holding these levels. So I was a
Tro.
little skeptical.
XBP.
200 moving average is about $1.66 up here. So on this one, I jumped in and I said, you know what? I'm
FOXO.
not going to make the mistake I made on SUGP. I'm just
FOXO.
going to take my
FOXO.
profit. So I added on this
FOXO.
one as it
OSM.
so pulls back. I'm adding here for the break through the $0.50. It goes up
NVDA.
to 60, 65, 70, and I'm
BTCT.
taking profit off the table. And I'm saying, I don't want to push my luck. Or no, sorry.
FOXO.
It was, I bought this dip
BTCT.
down here, and it squeezes up here,
Shop.
and I took profit off the table.
ONMD.
And it
PALI,
ended up being
Palisade
a good
Bio,
exit
which
because
is
although
loss
it
of
came back up, it didn't come all the way back up.
FBL.
So that was PWM. Next trade was on NUWE.
New.
This one hit the scanner with news. Pops up to 280, doesn't hold, comes
NVDL.
back down.
MSFT.
Was up on it, but gave back most of the profit, walked away with $740. And then we have the star of the day, RSLS. But you'll
SPPL,
notice
Simple
it's not on
announced
the
a
top
joint
gainer
venture
scanner
with
right now.
Evolve
It didn't
Consulting,
hold up.
Sandy Papa Papa Lima.
CNH. AMDL.
NVDL.
AMD.
FOXO.
AAPL. Shop. Jenny.
XBP.
SDGR. NVDU.
BDRX Biodexa
FBL.
regains compliance with for
XBP.
continued
Jenny.
listing on the NASDAQ.
SIDU.
EPM. Jenny. NVDL. New. VRDN.
FOXO. Han. FOXO.
That's Bravo Delta X-Ray Alpha.
LQR.
That's
SIDU.
Bravo Delta Romeo X-Ray. BDRX.
TWLO.
BDRX.
SIDU. SIDU. SIDU.
AMD.
SIDU.
AAPL.
TSLQ. SIDU.
On.
XBP. WKHS. PTIX. BTCT. FOXO. ALIT. BTCT. BTCT.
NVDL. Alert.
GOEV. Shop.
AMD.
WKHS.
Kava.
GOVX.
AMDL.
WKHS. BTCT.
GLDG.
UNH and AMED, Bloomberg reporting DOJ prepared lawsuit to block
MDU.
United Health from buying Amedisys. DOJ signed off on filing UNH deal lawsuit as soon as this week. That is Uniform November Hotel
SURG.
and Alpha Michael Echo Delta.
GOVX.
Bloomberg.
GOEB. Shop. Big spread. Shop. Shop.
Alert.
Shares of Amedisys dipping to the lows, $85, now bouncing $90.90. That's AMED.
Shop.
Shop.
Shop. TSLQ.
PRPH.
TSLQ. TSDD. TSLQ. TSLQ. TSLZ.
GLB. Shop.
BTCT.
NTRP.
WKHS. WKHS. BTCT.
Shop. Shop.
BTCT. BTCT.
New.
FOXO.
On.
BTCT. BTCT.
WKHS.
BTCT. BTCT. BTCT.
Redbook U.S. retail sales
BTCT.
plus 4.8% for the week ending November 9th versus a year ago,
BTCT.
plus 4.8% for the first week of November
BTCT.
versus plus 4. For the first week of November, plus 4.8% versus November a year ago.
BTCT.
That's Redbook U.S. retail sales.
BTCT. BTCT.
BTCT.
BTCT. BTCT.
Benzinga market update, S&P futures down 2.50. Dow futures up 64. NASDAQ up 3.25 now. Crude is up 66 cents at 68.70. Natural gas down 5 cents at $2.87.
Jenny.
Gold down 70 cents at 26.1710, and Bitcoin futures down 1,090 at 86,645.
RSLS hits the scanner at 8:30. It has breaking news.
BTCT, BTC Digital getting another pop here, $5.07.
Jenny.
XBP.
SDGR.
A momentum stock. It's got a lot of room to the 200 moving average. It's a somewhat recent reverse split.
XBP.
it checks the boxes and meets the
SDGR.
profile, and I jumped in it. Unfortunately,
SDGR.
although it squeezed, I
BTCT.
got in a little high, adding as it started to get closer to 10, looking for the break of 10, and it peaks at about 11 and then flushes down. Not great. Has higher volume on the selling candles. I did a dip off the
BTCT.
low. Actually, it was down here off of this candle here in at 723. But even the dip didn't really work. And I was hoping maybe at least it would curl back up. It couldn't curl back up. So the best thing was that,
TSLQ.
again, on this one, I took my profit when I had it. And maybe, you know, realistically, if I'd taken my profit when I had it on SUGP, it's not like I would have really made that much. But that put me in a mentality where I did better on the following trades because I just said, take your profit when you've got it. So ended up on that trade making $6,700, and it was in less than a minute. It was a very fast trade. And this is the trade where the first spike is where I can potentially build a cushion. Now, I can also take losses, of course, but potentially that first spike is where I build a cushion.
TSLZ.
And then I'm waiting for that curl for the next trades, and I'll continue trading it. Unfortunately, in this case, it didn't curl. We didn't get that second leg higher. So, you know, there was nothing more to do on it, unfortunately. SUGP this morning,
XBP.
that gave an initial pop, which you could have traded,
BTI.
pulled back, and then you
TSDD.
got the curl. So sometimes those curls can be stronger than the initial pop, which is always exciting.
SDGR.
And I'm happy
Big
to
spread.
trade both. And if I miss the first pop, I'll still trade the curl. So I saw someone mention that
SDGR.
the strategy that I trade of trading, you know, this pop on breaking news doesn't work for most traders if they don't trade pre-market. And you're right, that right now I'm mostly trading pre-market
Jenny.
because that's when news comes out. So this is a strategy that really capitalizes on breaking news, and that's mostly happening pre-market. But you don't have to trade the first
FOXO.
pop. When the news first comes out, you
GOEV.
can have the pop, the rejection, and then
GOEV.
take the second leg higher.
GOEV.
And sometimes that's forming a 5-minute bull flag.
BTCT.
Sometimes it's a break below VWAP like this was.
GOEV.
And again, this is not a great example because it didn't have
GOEV.
actual breaking news. But I think you get the idea.
SIDU.
You've got that initial knee-jerk pop from typically a news catalyst, and then if it holds up
SLB.
well, you get continuation as it squeezes higher. And if we look back on stocks like ATNF or Drug or some of the others from previous weeks, you
SIDU.
had that first move, a pullback, and then
CLRB.
that curl and the surge higher. And that's where we can
BTI.
do really well, even if you miss that first leg of the move. Now, if you can
VRDN.
catch both of them, then you do have
Shop.
the added advantage that you've built a little bit of a cushion early on,
FOXO.
and now you can use that to take a little bit more risk on trade 2 and
URBN.
3. Which is
BTCT.
nice. But whenever you get
GOEV.
your cushion, as long as you have a nice cushion, then you can use
Shop.
that to take more risk if you'd like. And other traders are just going to take the base hits off the table, and there's nothing wrong with that either. So, and I do think I don't know if I mentioned this already, but today being a bank holiday, cash account traders were
GOVX.
locked out, not able to trade.
GOVX. GOVX.
VST.
XBP.
ANVB.
XBP.
KMB.
GOVX. GOVX.
MYNZ, Mainz Biomed, and Thermo
SNES.
Fisher signed collaboration agreement
GOVX.
for the development of next
ENVB.
generation colorectal
XBP.
cancer screening for
ENVB.
global markets.
ENVB.
That's Michael Yankee, November Zulu, MYNZ.
ENVB. 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 ENVB.
XBP.
SNES.
ENVB and Veric Biosciences signs out
XBP.
licensing agreement with Michael Medikov for EB002. That's Echo
ENVB.
November Victor Bravo.
VST.
AMD.
XBP.
AMD announces Versal Premium Series 2, Series Gen 2, enabling new levels of system acceleration to meet the demands of data-intensive workloads. That's Alpha Michael Delta, AMD.
BTCT.
NNE, Nanonuclear Energy, joins the Department of Commerce International Trade Administration's Civil Nuclear SMR Industry Working Group for
GLDG.
Southeast Asia. That's November,
LEDs.
November Echo, NNE.
SISI, SNES.
TSLQ. TSLQ. BTCT.
SISI, Shineco 1 for 24 reverse stock split, Sandy India, Sandy India. TORO, Toro, reporting a loss of 90 cents. Tango Oscar,
ANNX.
Romeo Oscar.
SISI.
TSLQ. Shop. TSLZ. XBP. TSLQ. TSLQ. Shop.
NVRO.
MIST,
NVRO,
Milestone Pharmaceuticals,
SISI.
reporting a loss of 14 cents.
ENVB. NVRO.
ENVB, Inveric Biosciences, spiking to the high around 60 cents, up about 12 cents on that press release. ENVB, MYNZ, off of their press release, hitting 27
SIDU.
cents, now at 23 cents, up about 2 cents. Michael Yankee, November Zulu.
Shop. SIDU. BTCT. BTCT. BTCT.
AMZN.
Shop. SOXS. SIDU. TSLZ. TSLZ.
AMZU.
TSLQ. BTCT.
AMZN.
XBP. BTCT.
SOC.
BTCT.
LEDs.
XBP.
LEDs.
Grab.
AMZN.
WKHS.
TH. TH.
XBP.
BIVI. MDU. LEDs. 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 LEDs.
LEDs.
LEDs. AMZN, AMZU.
LEDs.
MGRX.
BTCT. BTCT. WKHS.
Buru. Spot.
Grab. Grab. Grab.
NTNX, new 10X extends AI platform to public cloud, November Tango, November X-ray.
BTCT.
MGRX.
SOXS. BTCT.
HR.
TSLQ.
OBLG. Spot.
SOXS.
FBIO.
Alt. FOXO. GOVX. BTCT. BTCT. BTCT.
CLCO.
GOVX. GNS.
NGD.
Shop. Shop. XBP. Shop.
CNTM.
BTCT. XBP. GOVX.
KMB. Flow. UBX. XFOR.
LEDs. TSLQ.
Spot.
XBP. FOXO. BTCT. LEDs. Shop. FOXO.
TGI.
BTCT. BTCT.
TGI.
FOXO. XBP.
Spot.
AGFY.
PWP.
MULN. MULN.
POS.
UVIX. GOVX. BTCT.
XFOR.
AMZN. TSLZ.
XBIO.
GOVX. SBIT. AGFY.
TGI.
TSHA.
XYL.
BTCT. 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 BTCT.
CGC.
BTCT.
TSLA.
BTCT. BTCT. BTCT.
BTSG.
BTCT. BTCT. BTCT.
AMCI. MSFT. ZVIA. MCHP. DJT. XBIO. CELH.
BTCT. BTCT.
ABV.
BTCT.
NEM. Indie. AAPL.
BTCT.
JBLU.
EVGO.
ALAB.
EVGO. EVGO.
TSM. AISP. IAG. INGN. JLGQ.
BTCT.
GSK.
GOVX.
OKLO. CST.
GOVX.
NVRO. 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 NVRO.
Grab.
NVRO.
BTCT. BTCT. EVGO.
APM.
EVGO.
Guilt. Spot.
BTCT.
AZI. AZI.
SNOW, Snowflake,
AISP.
announcing at its developer conference a new collaboration for enterprise data and AI. That's SNOW.
BTCT. Shop. 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 Big spread. Shop. XBP. TPST.
NGD. FBL. SLB.
Grab. FOXO. Shop. FOXO. XBP. XBP. Grab. XBP.
MULN.
XBP.
PLUR.
XBP. TSLQ. SBIT. Shop. AMZN. EVGO. Grab. GOVX. SE. SE. Big spread. SE. Big spread. SE. Big spread. SE. Big spread. BTCT.
ICLK.
BTCT. LAZR. GOVX. BTCT.
BOF. ICLK.
GOVX.
BOF.
Grab.
INBS.
GOVX.
PSTV.
XBP. GOVX.
ICLK.
WKHS.
PLL. PLL.
BTCT. BTCT. WKHS. GOVX. GOVX. New. GOVX.
Chorus. CNTX. AHG.
TSHA. NVDA. Alt.
GCTK.
CAMT.
TGI.
Watch the spread.
GCTK. GCTK.
LABD.
TGCTK. SHIM.
SOXS.
PLL.
Alt.
GCTK.
XBP.
NVRO.
XBP.
TGL.
BTCT.
JRSH.
BTCT. Alt.
SHIM. SHIM. PLUR. SMWB.
XBP.
GCTK. Kara. HTLD. CEPU.
XBP.
U.S. markets are open.
PAPL.
NKLA.
PLL.
PTIX. PHUSDGR.
BCAB.
Alt. SIDX. Fair.
WW.
CGEN.
TLL.
HTZ. SNDX.
FOXO. TCBP.
FOXO. FOXO. NVAX.
FOXO.
HRTX.
XBP.
Dow Jones Industrial Average up 77.44 after the open. Nasdaq
EVGO.
down 11.77. S&P 500 up 3.17.
ZGN.
TSN Tyson CFO says beef and pork led to sales increase for FY 2024, partially offset by
FOXO.
chicken segment. That's Tango Sandy November, TSN.
FOXO. FOXO.
WKHS. LABD.
FOXO.
LABD. WKHS. TSLQ. IONXLQ. WKHS.
WKHS.
ACHR.
WKHS.
SMST. Northeast. WKHS.
IONQ. WKHS.
RKLB, RKLB,
WKHS, Workhorse Series now
BTCT.
come up here after the open.
GFIHS,
On heavy
BTBT,
volume now. With Whiskey Kilo Hotel Sandy.
WKHS.
AGFY,
FOXO.
TSLABD, WKHS, RVITR, RKLB, TSLV,
WKHS.
TSDD, SUGP, Alt, RKLB, RKLV, SNDX, BTBT,
RVNC.
TWKS, TTBT, STSLS, WKHS,
WKHS.
TNDX, WKHS, TSLQ,
WKHS.
IONQ, TSLS, TSLQ, TSLZ, CGEN, TSLQ, TSLS, TSHA, RVPH, BTDR, IONQ, IONQ, TLRY, IONQ, IONQ, SDGR, SDGR,
FOXO.
CVIA,
FOXO.
TSLQ, TSLQ, HRTX, TSHA, SMR, Alt, TSLQ, TSHA,
Shop. Big spread. Shop. Big spread. GOVX.
GENI,
Sophie.
IONQ, Jenny,
RVPH.
SPC, SPC, IONQ,
FOXO.
LUNR, RVNC, RVNC, SWTX, IONQ, IONQ, VIONR,
FOXO.
GDC, IONQ, PK,
RVNC. RVPH. BTCT.
CGEN,
Alt.
BTCT,
BTCT.
NGAX,
MSOS.
NGAX, HRTX, Shao, HR,
BTCT.
LUNR,
Alt.
RKLB,
PACB.
MNOV,
BTCT.
BTDR, Sophie, NVAX, STS,
Alt.
RVPH, HRTX, LUNR,
BTCT.
LUNR,
BTCT. Alt.
Cron, LUNR, SMR, SMR,
ZVIA. FOXO. FOXO.
SMR, 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 Northeast, Cron,
Alt.
Northeast, Coney, IONQ,
Alt.
Northeast, Northeast, IONQ,
Alt.
RKLB, U, Northeast, NVAX,
BTCT.
Northeast,
FOXO.
RGTI, BTBT, MNOV, UEC, CVIA, RXRX, RGTX, LMNT, SNDAX, GTBT, GTBT, Jenny, ZVIA, BTBT,
ZVIA.
IONQ, Cron, Joby, BTBT, Save,
Jenny.
SWTX, SWTX,
Jenny.
SWTX, SWTX, Alt,
SPPL. BTCT. Alt. Alt.
Alt,
BTCT. FOXO. Alt. BTCT. Alt. BTCT. BTCT.
Northeast,
BTCT.
SMR,
BTCT. BTCT. BTBT.
IONQ,
Shop. Alit. IONQ. IONQ. BTM.
Alt,
Alt.
BA, Boeing, SPR Spirit Aerosystems, Spirit announcing
Alt.
advance payments agreement with Boeing. Boeing committed to pay Spirit as
FOXO.
advance payments up to $350 million to produce Boeing
Alt.
products.
Alt.
That's SPR and BA.
FOXO. TVGN. Alt.
SMR.
FOXO. TVGN. WKHS.
IONQ. SWTX.
WKHS. FOXO. Me. Me. FOXO.
RGLS.
Me. EVGO.
SMR. Me.
WKHS. FOXO. Me.
IONQ.
AMC. WKHS.
Me.
Me. PWM. XBP. Me. 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 FOXO. Me. EVGO. FOXO. MAXN. IONQ.
IONQ.
Alt. XBP. WKHS. Com. WKHS. WKHS. Alt. CRSH. MAXN. GOVX. GOVX. ASPI. GOVX. WKHS.
Alt.
FOXO. Alt. GOVX. ASPI. GOVX. FOXO. FOXO. BTCT.
CONL. ORS.
CNTA. Big spread. RVNC.
RMTI.
NPWR. RVNC.
BTM.
ALGS. FOXO. FOXO. Jenny. LAZR. Jenny.
BTM.
RVPH. TSHA. TVGN. TVGN.
Oris.
MAXN. FOXO. BTCT. MULN. Cron. QXO. BTCT. FOXO. TVGN. Alt.
Mogo.
NPWR.
AZN AstraZeneca's CEO
BTCT.
said too early to judge whether Wang probe will have short or long-term impact on China outlook. That's AZN AstraZeneca.
BTCT. TVGN. Alt. VSTE.
SMLR.
EVGO.
PFE, Pfizer explores
EVGO.
sale of hospital drugs unit.
TVGN.
Hires Goldman Sachs
EVGO.
for advice. That's PFE, Pfizer. That from Reuters now.
TVGN. TVGN. TVGN.
Shares of Pfizer popping here now on some volume. 2637, up about 0.5% for PFE.
VSTE.
SMLR. BTM.
VSTE. RVNC.
BTM.
EVGO. WKHS. XBP. MULN. TCBP.
NPWR.
VSTE.
NPWR. BTM.
WKHS. VSTE. WKHS.
CCLD.
FOXO. XBP. FOXO. FOXO. XBP.
NPWR.
XBP.
SHIM.
SSKN, Strataskin Sciences, wins court
FOXO.
order against Laser Optic, MLS, and Pinnacle.
FOXO.
SSKN.
SGMO.
PLUR.
BTCT. FOXO. WKHS. WKHS. FOXO.
SHIM. Northeast CCLD.
IONQ. NVRO. XBP. SHIM. WKHS.
PLUR.
FOXO.
AXSM.
FOXO.
BTCS. MIGI. MGX. ALNH. BTCS.
FOXO. FOXO.
PSTX. AISP.
FOXO.
ACHR. PLUR. CCLD. CCLD. Alit. Cron. PGNX. FOXO. FOXO.
FOXO.
AISP. VMAR. AISP.
FOXO.
RGLS. MULN. SLNH. VSTM. ARBK. NOV.
FOXO.
Alit. XERS. PLL. AXSM. FOXO. TSNL.
FOXO.
FOXO.
NFLX, Netflix shares
FOXO.
the highs now 812.80,
Northeast.
up about 0.9%. The information reported
XBP.
Netflix
Northeast.
reported subscription tier
Northeast.
now has 70 million monthly active users versus 40 million in May. That's NFLX Netflix.
WKHS.
ACHR.
BTCT. XBP. Northeast.
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 PLL.
Northeast.
AXSM.
BTCT,
Northeast,
WKHS,
PLL, AQST,
BTCT,
AMC,
BTCT,
ASERN, Elite, PLL, XERS,
PLL,
MXTL,
BTCT,
CLBR, VSTM, 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 AMC, 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 MULN, TCBP, Frey, MULN,
CAN,
MULN, VSTM, PSTX, ARBK, Northeast,
MULN,
ARBK,
MULN,
Frey,
CAN,
SLNH, PTIX,
TCBP,
INOD, PYXS,
FOXO, NXTC,
PTIX, ALLR, PTIX, ARBK,
BTCT, 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 BTCT,
MULN,
BTCT,
Northeast, Northeast, PLL, BIGC, MULN, PLL, Frey, MULN, PLL,
CAN, FOXO,
KIN, MSTX,
CAN,
AMTX, PLL, SLNH, Frey,
XBP, BTCT,
PLL,
HD Home Depot executive regarding China tariffs
BTCT,
said whatever policy changes happen will have an industry-wide impact. That's
BTCT,
HD Home Depot.
FOXO,
PLL, MULN,
XBP,
CHSN, MULN,
MULN,
NE, PLL,
And any nano-nuclear energy.
MULN,
After the press release
PTIX,
earlier, shares now popping here. 24.95 November echo.
PTIX, PTIX,
BTBT, PTIX, BTBT,
PTIX,
MSTX, BTBT, CONL, CDXC, Mara,
CDXC,
Mara, Riot, LC, PTIX, Mara,
PTIX,
INOD,
PTIX,
PTIX, BTBT, NE, PLL,
FOXO,
CLBR, CDXC, CRNC, ACB,
FOXO,
LC, GFI, LC, MSTX,
BTCT,
LC, PLL, PLL,
FOXO,
Riot, BIGC,
CDXC, Charlie Delta
PLL,
X-ray Charlie, mentioned as a Zax under $10 pick. Chromadex getting a pop on that.
CHSN, PLL, PLL, FOXO,
BTCT,
EIDO, CHSN. Riot. Riot.
FOXO.
Riot. CRF. Riot. CHSN. FOXO. PLL.
FOXO.
CLDR.
PTIX.
TNGX.
BTCT.
Reuters
PLL.
reporting New York State judge pauses proceedings in Trump hush money criminal case on prosecutor's request.
RVPH.
That from Reuters.
INOD. EIDO.
BTCT.
RVPH. RVPH.
BTCT.
Shares of Trump media
ABXN.
are falling here
BTCT.
to the lows 30.44. Still
LTVR.
BTCT.
Tango.
BTCT. TCT. BTCT. TCT.
BTCT getting another spike here now.
BTCT.
$5.35.
EIDO.
Bravo Tango Charlie Tango. BTCT.
CCLD.
Shares are halted
CCLD.
on a circuit breaker now. That's BTCT. Shares halted at the highs, up 112%.
CCLD. CCLD.
HVT, Havertis company announcing its CEO to retire.
BTCM.
Remain as executive chairman. Stephen
LTBR.
Burdett to assume CEO position and become director.
CHSN.
That's Hotel Victor Tango.
WKHS.
ACRS. PSTX. Tone. BTCM. YSG.
XBP.
TSHA. HTZ. BCG. AVXL.
XBP. XBP.
BTC.
FOXO.
BTC. Alit. OSUR.
TVGN. MSOS.
TSHA. TSHA.
PACB.
VSTM. TSHA.
WKHS.
BTCM. PSTX. VSTM.
BCG.
OSUR. BIGC.
WKHS.
VSTM. BIGC. VSTM.
DIS, Disney explores wider field of
VSTM.
candidates
VSTM.
that succeed Iger. That from the Wall Street Journal. That's Delta India Sandy.
VSTM. YSGM. BCG. VSTM. PSTX. DSHO.
SMR.
DCGO. HTZ. Run.
Electronic Arts CEO Andrew Wilson is among the names
SMR.
that have surfaced. That is
LTRX.
DIS.
ITRM.
Beta. IBIT. IONQ.
MSOS. Kara.
Kara. Big spread. SMR.
Fed's Waller said still doesn't see
Alt.
case for Fed digital dollar, makes no comment on the economy or
WKHS.
monetary policy outlook. Said there are times when
WKHS.
government can
SMR.
address market inefficiencies. Government should have
MSTR.
clear objective when
Watch the
providing
spread.
financial services. Fed ready to
SMR.
support private innovation.
GOVX.
Mindful of financial stability.
MSTR.
Private
Big
sector
spread.
best suited to innovate on payment systems.
SMR.
That's from the Fed's Waller.
MSTR.
Governor.
Watch the spread. PACB. PACB.
HTZ, CONL.
Alt. SMR.
PSTX.
MSTR. Watch the spread.
NRX.
GOVX. SMR. CONL.
GC.
Shares of EA Electronic Arts getting a pop here.
ZBIA.
SMR. WKHS.
Company's CEO is among the names that have surfaced to be the
STXS.
successor to
SMR.
Bob Iger at Disney. That's Echo Alpha.
XBP. FOXO.
MSOS. OLPX. STXS. DBI.
XBP.
HTZ. Bion. DBI. PSNL. TSHA.
FOXO. FOXO.
VNDA. RGEN.
XBP. TSHA. XBP.
Bion. 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 Bion.
FOXO.
TSHA. TSHA. TSHA.
TSHA.
DGM. TSHATX.
Elon Musk with a tweet
XBP.
just a little while ago. It says solar power will be the vast majority of power generation in the future.
XBP.
HTZ. ADUR.
XBP.
CXM.
FOXO. Frey.
SHOP, Shopify, hitting $112 at the highs now. Sandy Hotel Oscar pop-up. SHOP.
SGMO.
SND.
SGMO.
PSNL. BMBL.
XBP. XBP.
CHSN. HTZ.
WKHS.
BTCM. RGLS. RGLS. HTZ. STXS. ACRS,
XBP, GOVX,
PSNL,
GOVX,
SND,
SUGP, MULN, IONQ, GOVX, FOXO,
GRE,
SUGP,
GRE,
FOXO, PTIX,
SNT,
MULN, PTIX,
NRXP,
FOXO,
BTCT,
BTCT, BTCT,
BTCT, BTCT, SNT,
TSHA,
SNTI, DBI, ACRS, BION, LMFA, LMFA,
BTBT,
GRE, CHSN, CDXC, DCHC, BION,
XBP,
LMFA, CDXC, ALET, BION, CDXC,
Frey,
BION, GRE,
FOXO, TSHA,
Frey, HTZ, ADXN, DCGO, SNT,
BROG, Bruge Energy, naming Inez Bezaznina as CFO and interim CEO. That is Bravo Romeo Oscar Golf. KZIA, Kasia Therapeutics, got a letter from the NASDAQ informing company has regained compliance with minimum bid price requirement to continue listing. That's Kilo Zulu
FOXO,
India Alpha, KZIA.
FOXO,
CDXC, CDXC, SCDXC, CDXC,
BTCT, BTC Digital,
MULN,
another
Frey,
halt at the highs. Bravo
ACRG,
Tango Charlie Tango.
Frey, SNT, BTCM, THS,
ALT,
NVAX,
SNT,
CCG,
SNT,
NVAX, NVAX, PLBR,
FOXO,
NVAX, ALET, ITRM, PX,
FOXO,
STXS, BTCS, NVAX, NVAX, CDXC, PX, NVAX, NVAX,
ALT,
PXM, NE,
IONQ,
BION, SNDX,
LEDs.
NVAX, 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 NVAX. BTCM,
WKHS.
BTBT,
IONQ.
TGTX, NVAX,
XBP.
NE, BTAX, NE, BTBT, BTBT,
IONQ.
BTBT,
Grab.
ACDC, Grab, PSNL,
WKHS.
MNOV, HTZ,
BTCM.
HTZ, MFH,
BTCM.
SNDX,
BTCM.
MFH, HTZ, BTCS,
BTCM.
MNOV, MNOV,
XOM, ExxonMobil agrees to
HTZ.
sale of
WKHS.
conventional Permian assets
BTCM.
purchased by Hillcorp.
BTCS,
Will pay around $1 billion according to sources.
KODK.
That's X-Ray Oscar Michael.
WKHS.
MNOV, LMFA, BTCS,
MNOV.
BTCM,
XBP. WKHS. XBP.
MFH,
XBP.
MFH, MFH, MNOV,
MFH.
MFH,
XBP.
BTCS, WKHS,
WKHS.
CHSN,
WKHS.
WKHS,
WKHS.
MFH,
WKHS, Workhorse, another spike here
WKHS.
now, 168, $1.68, up about 37%.
MFH.
Whiskey Kilo Hotel Sandy, WKHS.
MFH.
LMFA,
ACHR.
MNOV,
ACHR.
MFH,
BTCS.
MFH,
WKHS.
MFH, MFH,
WW.
MFH, ITRM, ACDC,
Fed's bargain said
PTIX.
Fed focus may turn to upside inflation risks or to downside employment risks.
MFH, MFH,
MFH.
Fed Reserve in position, Federal Reserve in position to respond appropriately regardless of how
MFH.
economy evolves. Barkin said Fed has started process of recalibrating interest rates to somewhat less restrictive
SMR.
levels. U.S. economy looks pretty good. Labor market resilient.
MNOV,
It says from here, labor market might be fine or might continue to weaken. Barkin says
MBI.
inflation might be coming under control or might risk getting stuck above the Fed's 2% target. That's from the Richmond Fed President Barkin.
MNOV,
AISP.
EVTL, Kara,
You know just how time consuming it can be searching for royalty-free media, and when you do find some, they're always bad. We use artists
BTCS.
in almost all of our videos.
ITRM,
XBP.
CDXC,
AISP. FOXO. ASPI.
Any.
CHGG.
MULN.
MULN.
MNOV. BTCS. ITRM.
WKHS. MULN.
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 MULN, Mullen, getting another pop here to the highs, $2.11 up 23%.
WKHS.
Michael Uniform Lima November.
EVTL. MULN. PAPL.
Mullen reported earlier, company's Class 1 EV cargo van now available on
WKHS.
Turo.
MNOV. EFC. Alto. BTCT. BCG. BTCT. TCT. YYGH. ITRM. BTCT.
BTCT shares resume trading.
BTCS.
And halted $7.80.
BCG.
Actually, it was halted now at the high, $7.80. Bravo Tango Charlie Tango, up 209%.
BTCS. MULN. 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 SND. MULN. MULN. BTCM. MULN. BTCM. MULN. MULN. Any. ITRM.
WKHS.
MULN. MULN. MULN.
MULN. FOXO. MULN.
EVTL. JAGX.
ASPI. Any. ASPI. WKHS. IFBD.
DCGO.
ARHS. WKHS.
CHSN. MNOV. OLV.
WKHS.
WKHS. WKHS.
WKHS.
ARHS. STXS. WKHS.
MULN.
ASPI.
Any.
JAGX.
MULN.
LMFA.
ASPI. PACV. TVGN.
BCG. MULN. STB.
MULN.
JAGX.
FOXO.
OLB. LMFA. CHSN. MULN. LMFA. CNET. MULN.
MULN. MULN. MULN.
OLB. EFC. LES. CHSN. CNET.
CNET.
LEDs. 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 MULN. HDSN. NR. EB. JAGX.
MULN.
MULN. MULN.
MULN.
KODK. MDAI. STBX. BTCT.
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 Shares hitting $8.58 at the high, now pulling back. Bravo Tango Charlie Tango.
MULN.
XBP. TSHA. TSHA. Alt.
WKHS.
WKHS.
HDSN.
TSHA.
WKHS.
WKHS.
FTFT.
BTCT. GNPX.
WKHS. WKHS.
WKHS.
WKHS.
WKHS.
ITRM.
WKHS. FOXO.
BTCS.
BTCT.
BTCS. WKHS.
FOXO. WKHS.
BTCS. WKHS.
WKHS. WKHS.
FTFT. BTCS. WKHS.
WKHS.
BTCS. WKHS.
BTCT. WKHS. WKHS.
WKHS, highs now
BTCT.
$1.94, up 61%. Whiskey Kilo, what's up, Sandy?
TSHA. FOXO. TSHA. BTCT. WKHS. FOXO. GNPX.
AMTX. AISP.
GNPX. BTCT. BTCT. AMTX. SNT. BTCT. 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 WKHS. BTCT. LVLU.
BHR.
FOXO. GNPX.
ICAD.
MULN. MULN. GNPX. MULN.
ADXN.
MULN. MULN. FOXO. MULN.
HDSN. AMTX.
FOXO.
KODK.
FOXO.
BTCS.
WKHS. GNPX. 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 GNPX.
AHCO. RAP. SIDU.
FOXO.
BTCS. HDSN. HDSN. BTCS. BHR.
BTCT.
BTCS. BTCS.
BTCT.
BTCS.
BTCT. TSHA. BTCS. RVPH.
AMTX. AMTX.
BTCT.
AMTX.
AMTX. GNPX. GNPX. BTCT. GNPX. GNPX. BTCT. BTCT. GNPX.
SIDU. Alt.
GNPX.
PCH. Alt.
GNPX. 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 MULN. CHRS. MULN. CHRS. GNPX.
BCG. BTCS. BTCS. BTCS.
BCG. GNPX. GNPX.
MIGI. BTCS. BTCS.
BTCS. BTCT.
MJ. BTCS. BTCS.
BTCT. BTCT. BTCT.
BTCS. BTCS.
BTCS.
BTCS.
BTCT. BTCT. GNPX. BTCT.
RSI.
BTCT. BTCT. ATA. BTCT. 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 SUGP. NA.
BTCS.
MULN.
BTCS. BTCS.
BTCS.
BTCS.
BTCS. BTCT. YARD. BTCT. 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 LAZR. FOXO. MULN.
AISP.
AISP. GNPX. BTCT. BTCT.
HDSN.
BTCS. BTCS.
BCG.
WKHS. WKHS. NXTT. BTCT. BTCT. BTCT.
BTCT.
BTCT and
TCT.
Bit Digital $9.
TCT.
Right now up about 270%. That's Bravo Tango Charlie Tango BTCT.
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 BTCT. BTCT. BTCT. BTCT.
$9.73 now, and shares are halted once again at the highs. BTCT.
WKHS. WW. BTCS. BTCS.
BTCS.
BTCS.
BTCS getting a pop to the highs on volume now. Bravo Tango Charlie Sandy.
FOXO. Wrap. Wrap. FOXO.
BTCS, so spiking $2.48 at the high BTCS.
BTM. WKHS. MODD. WKHS.
ATUS.
GNPX. Wrapped. LMFA.
LMFA.
LMFA. OLB.
LMFA.
WW.
ATUS.
IONQ. LMFA. LMFA. MULN.
LMFA.
FOXO. GNPX. BTCS. BTCS. TVGN. BTCS.
BTCS. BTCS.
BTCS.
BTCS.
BTCS. LMFA. BTCS. LMFA.
SUGP,
FOXO. LMFA.
BCG, BCG, SUGP,
LMFA. GNPX.
BTCS, BTCS,
BTCS. BTCS.
BTCS $2.68
FOXO.
per high. Bravo Tango Charlie Sandy. BTCS.
BTCT, BTCT, BTCS, BTCS,
BTCT spiking again after he's
BTCS, BTCS,
now at $10.61, up 276%, 277% now. BTCT.
OLB. BTCT.
$11.70
BTCT,
BTCT.
BTCT.
Over 12 now.
Big spread.
On
CT,
BTCT.
CT, CT,
GEV Verona shares sold off.
BTM,
More than 6.5% now. Golf Echo
BTM.
Victor.
BTCS.
BTM,
BTM.
BCG,
WKHS. BTM. WKHS.
PLX,
BTCS. BTOG. GNPX.
BTM,
BTCS.
BTM,
BTCS.
BTCS,
BTCS. BTCS.
BTM,
BTCS.
BTCS, RGLS,
BTCS.
BTCS,
BTCS.
BTCS,
BTCS.
TCS, BTCS, BTCS,
BTCS.
BTCS, SOS,
FOXO.
BTCS, ZVIA,
FOXO.
BTCS, SOS, LTOG, BTOG, SOS, SOS,
SOS. BTCS. BTCS.
ONMD, ONMD, BGS,
FOXO.
ONMD,
BTCS. BTCS.
ZVIA,
BTCS.
NUKK, 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 ZVIA,
BTCS,
NUKK,
WKHS,
NUKK,
BTCS,
SOS, SOS,
ZVIA,
SOS, ADN,
SOS,
SOS, SOS, NUKK, SOS, SOS, SOS,
SOS,
NUKK, SOS,
BTCS, BTCS,
BTCS, BTCS,
BTCS,
BTCS,
BTCS,
BTCS,
BTCS,
BTCS,
BTCS,
BTCS, NUKK, CVIU,
FOXO,
BTCS getting a pop here to the highs, $3.37.
BTCS, LMFA, LMFA, LEDs, LMFA, BCG,
LMFA,
BTCS, LMFA, BTCS, LEDs,
BCG,
BTCS, BTCS, SOS, SOS, LMFA, SOS, SOS, HDSN, LMFA, BTCS,
BTCS,
LMFA, HDSN, NUKK, BTCS, SOS, BTCS,
BTCS, BTCS, BTCS, BTCS, BTCS,
BTCS,
Jenny, BTCS,
BTCS,
BTCS, BTCT, BTCT, Big Spread, BTCT, Big Spread, BTCT, BTCS,
BTCS, $3.69 now, up about 94%. Bravo Tango Charlie Sandy.
BTCT, Big Spread,
BTCT shares spiking 1575, up about
BTCT,
525%.
Big Spread,
Bravo Tango Charlie Tango.
BTCT, BTCT,
BTM
BTM,
share is popping here, $3.12. Bravo Tango Michael.
XBP, BTM,
President Trump, New York Times reporting Trump expected to try to halt TikTok ban. Promised to save the social
BTM,
media app, which faces a deadline early next year to find a non-Chinese, China-based owner. That from the Washington Post.
GRI,
Shares of Snap falling to the lows on that. SNAP.
GRI, BTCM, BTCM, OLB, OLB. BTCM.
JAZZ, Jazz Pharma, getting a pop here.
BCG.
128.36, Juliet Alpha Zulu Zulu.
Big spread. ARBK. ARBK. BCG.
CNBC reported Value Act takes $1
MULN.
billion stake in Meta. Michael Echo Tango Alpha.
BTCM.
Shares of Meta volatile here.
EQ.
Now at 582.50.
MULN.
Trading now just about flat for the day on Meta and
MULN. BTCM.
Actually an old report correction on that.
BTCM.
It's circulated now. Shares of Oracle, ORCL getting a spike here. A little popular
MULN.
Oracle trading up 6 cents now after that report that President Trump is
MULN.
going to stop the ban, looking to stop the ban on TikTok in the U.S. That's ORCL.
FOXO. OLB. BCG.
David Faber on CNBC did report that
NXTT.
Value Act is taking a $1 billion stake in Meta. So that is correct.
NXTT. BTM. LEDs.
BTCT, Bit Digital,
BTCT.
$17 at the high and then falling sharply.
Big spread.
That's Bravo Tango, Charlie Tango.
BTCT. LEDs. LEDs. GNPX. MULN. NXTT. LEDs. MULN. BTCT. Big spread. LEDs. NXTT. BTCT. NXTT. NXTT. BTCT. BTCT. BTM. 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 SDGR. NXTT. NXTT. GRI. XBP. GRI. NUKK. GNPX. Alt. BTCT. 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 BTCT.
BA Boeing reports 335 net orders of 335 orders net of cancellations and conversions through October 31st. Delivered 305 airplanes year to date through October 31st, including 234 737 MAX jets. Reports October deliveries of 14 commercial jets, less than half the 34 year-over-year in 2023, including 9 737s. Boeing reports 378 gross aircraft orders through October 31, 63 in October. Boeing said it will be several weeks before restarting airplane production. That's BA Boeing.
RIGL. Watch the spread. RIGL. Watch the spread. BTCT. FOXO. BTCT. BTCT. GNPX. BTCT. BTCT.
BTCS, another spike here on very heavy volume now coming in. $4.41, the high on Bravo Tango Charlie Sandy.
LAZR.
BTCS.
BTCS. BTCS. BTCS. GNPX. GNPX. SISI. SISI. GNPX. BTCT. BTCT. GNPX. GNPX. BTCT. GNPX. GNPX. BTCT. 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 TSHA. SLS. MFH. 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 SLS. NXTT. GNPX. GNPX. BTCT. GNPX. SISI. GNPX. BTM. BTM. GNPX.
BTCS shares
XBP.
pulling back sharply here, $3.03, and halted down on a circuit breaker. Bravo Tango Charlie Sandy.
BTCT. BTCT. GNPX. GNPX. FOXO. FOXO. BTCT. 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 GNPX.
MOS Mosaic expects global potash shipments to rise in the range of $72 to $74 million in 2025. That on their conference call.
GNPX. GNPX. FOXO.
That's Michael Oscar Sandy.
GNPX. 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 BTCT. TVGN. BTCM. NXTT. BTCM. NXTT. BTCT. BTCT. SNT. BTCS. FOXO. BTCM. BTCT. GNPX. BTCT. GNPX. BTCT. 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 BTM. BTBT. BTCS. BTCT. WKHS. CCLD. CCLD. BTCS. BTCT. BTCS. BTM. GNPX. GNPX. CCLD. WKHS. CCLD. 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 MULN. GNPX. 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 FOXO. WKHS. BTCS. GNPX. 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 TVGN. TVGN. BTCT. FOXO. TVGN. PLX. BTCT. GNPX. AGFY. 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 BTCT. AGFY. TVGN. TVGN. FOXO. AGFY. XBP. MULN. GNPX. AGFY. GNPX. GNPX. BTCS. BTCS. XBP. BTCS. GNPX. BTCT. TVGN. BTCT. XBP. BTCT. B. XBP. B. XBP. foil. XBP. XBP. MULN. MFH. MFH. Cron. BTCS. MFH. FOXO. BTCS. MFH. GNPX. MFH. 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 TMQ. WKHS. MFH. MFH. MFH.
FOXO, FOXO technology halted on a circuit breaker on the
MFH.
way down now. 88 cents, FOXO.
MFH. MFH. GNPX. WKHS. BTCT. XBP. FOXO. ADN. GNPX. WKHS. BTCT. WKHS. MBI. BTCT. WKHS. BTCT. MBI. WKHS. MFH. BTCT. MFH. BTCS. BTCT. MFH. BTCT. BTCS. BTCT. BTCT.
The world's first titanium
FOXO shares resume trading.
BTCS.
Shares continuing lower now, down about 15 or up 15%, well off the earlier highs. That's FOXO, Foxtrot Oscar,
BTCT.
X-Ray Oscar.
So at this point, guys, it's no secret the entire cryptocurrency market has been on fire, from Bitcoin recently hitting $87,000, which is an all-time high, to Ethereum breaking out, to a bunch of other cryptos crushing it, guys. Everybody knows that, right? And a lot of companies out there
BTCS.
are benefiting. as well. Companies that have Bitcoin and other cryptos on their balance sheet, they're staking, they're mining for cryptocurrency,
BTCS.
right? And I want to break down this one company in particular that I'm watching right now called Neptune Digital Assets. We're going to break down the stock chart,
BTCS.
why I'm watching them, and overall what the company does and why you should add them to your watch list. So guys, hit the like button, make sure to subscribe, and of course, take a
BTCT.
sip of your coffee, guys, and let's get right into the video. So again, the company's called Neptune Digital Assets, and since
BTCS.
Bitcoin, crypto, the entire market, but really Bitcoin, since it's been breaking out, this stock has been crushing it, guys, and it's a
BTCT.
must watch. They trade over the counter under ticker symbol NPPTF, and the stock is up from 25 cents just about
BTCT.
3 weeks ago, less than a month ago, to now 71 cents, and we actually hit 93 cents about 2 weeks ago. So
BTCT.
this stock has been on a rampage, right? And with Bitcoin now breaking out after President Trump has won the presidency in the United States, you can
BTCT.
make a serious case that Bitcoin could go to 100K, maybe higher, and that could pull up a lot of these other stocks, this one in particular, that pretty much
BTCT.
track the price of Bitcoin. Because, again, this company, it's called Neptune Digital Assets. It has a bunch of digital assets that it's holding,
BTCT.
staking, making money from, of course, and again, they're mining amongst other things. So let's dive a little bit deeper into this company, guys. Bear with me here as I do
BTCT.
transition over to Safari, and make sure again to hit that like button, guys. I appreciate you all for tuning in as always. So right here, guys, we have Bitcoin,
BTCT.
right? The price of Bitcoin in the past 5 days. You can see right here it's up 14% in the past 5 days, and it's up around $10,000 a coin. Now we're at 86,400 at the time that I'm making this video. And on the month, it's up 40%. 6 months, it's
BTCS.
up 42%. Year to date, it's up 95%, the price of Bitcoin. On the 1 year, it's up over 130%. And when you're looking at digital asset companies like Neptune Digital Assets, you gotta kind of think about it as
PRCH.
an investment fund for crypto assets. So in layman's terms, the value increases as, let's say, for example, Neptune Digital
BTCT.
Assets, their crypto holdings appreciate, right? And they also, again, produce cash flow through staking, Bitcoin mining, etc., which we'll talk about here.
BTCT.
And this company, Neptune Digital Assets, they have $60 million in assets, currently have 0 debt, and last reported $24 million
BTCT.
in comprehensive net income back in July, which maybe we'll talk more about that later in the video. But if I zoom in a little bit here, guys,
TVGN.
Neptune Digital Assets was founded back in 2017 and is one of the first and longest running cryptocurrency companies on
ARBK.
a Canadian stock exchange, trading under ticker symbol NDA on the TSXV, and again on the OTC over-the-counter NPPTF, right? So they're one of the first and longest-running crypto companies on a Canadian stock exchange, which is awesome, and they're at the forefront of fintech,
MAXN.
providing access to a diversified portfolio of digital assets that benefit from appreciation and, of course, revenue generation. Neptune provides one of the
GNPX.
simplest ways to invest in cryptocurrency and aims to be a top cryptocurrency company like a MicroStrategy, for example, which right now the market cap is
NXTT.
about $54 billion. Yeah, that's kind of where Neptune wants to go. You guys know MicroStrategy. They have a bunch of
BTCT.
Bitcoin on their balance sheet, right? That company has exploded over the last couple of years as crypto has been mass adopted and as Bitcoin has gone up like crazy, right? And Neptune, like I said, is at the forefront of financial technology, and they provide a growing base of diversified blockchain and crypto assets that focus on revenue, yield, and appreciation. You guys can see some right here. We have, of course, Bitcoin, 86, quite the difference, 86,000. Ethereum, 3,200. Phantom, 74 cents. Cosmo, $5.30. Solana, $211. Polkadot, $5.33. And the graph here, you guys can see some of those, cryptos. And if we look here a little bit more at what they do, they conduct blockchain research, right? They conduct research on crypto, DeFi, and the overall blockchain technology market to make data-driven decisions. And they also allocate capital strategically. Very important. Capital is used to operate revenue-generating blockchain nodes, Bitcoin mining, staking, DeFi, and other investments. And, of course, they optimize and reinvest their earnings. Any earnings are used for reinvestment to further grow Neptune projects.
We didn't just build another 3-row SUV. We carefully crafted every one of these details to move every part of you. The first ever 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Producing compounding value and diversified cryptocurrency. The end result is that Neptune investors benefit from diversified assets that leverage cryptocurrency appreciation, revenue generation, and other technology growth. Very, very good. Very, very good stuff there, guys. No doubt. And if I come over here, we can see some recent news that they got. Neptune explores credit facilities up to $25 million to maximize shareholder value, and they embrace the MicroStrategy playbook, which again, MicroStrategy is a big company, and that company has blown up over the last couple of years. I mean, it's been around for a long time. As you guys know, they're a software company, but then they really got into Bitcoin in 2020, I believe, or 2021. Either way, since then, the value has gone bananas for MicroStrategy, and that's kind of what Neptune Digital Assets here wants to do. So they're they commenced a process to explore, review, and evaluate credit facilities to acquire additional Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency-related assets, including establishing a strategic credit and trade relationship with a Swiss banking institution specializing in services for crypto-native companies. And guys, just in general, Bitcoin, crypto, under Trump, I think it's going to do very well. I think it's going to be a good 4 years for cryptocurrency. I mean, Trump has said he wants to be the crypto capital of the world.
ALT, Altimmune getting up to the high of 26%.
I think he's going to achieve that, right?
Tango.
And we're already getting news about just around the world. The geopolitical conflicts might be coming to an end here over in the Middle East, maybe over in Russia, Ukraine, which will be huge overall, just for the global economy, for markets worldwide, kind of bringing down uncertainty and unease, which will be good for financial markets. That could be really good overall for Bitcoin, for crypto in general, right? And if I show you guys this, the CEO of the company, Neptune here, said, "We share MicroStrategy's vision for the potential of digital assets and believe now is the right time to expand our holdings in Bitcoin, Solana, and other key assets to further strengthen our income and balance
MULN.
sheet. With the global digital asset market continuing to mature and institutional interest on the rise, Neptune is positioned to capture value from these trends. Our
MULN.
conservative risk management principles and disciplined approach to capital management, combined with this flexible, low-cost credit facility, allow us to scale our
MULN.
exposure in the digital asset market while protecting shareholder investments. And this credit facility, again, $25 million, has a very low capital
MULN.
cost without any shareholder dilution. And Neptune, he said, we're committed to maintaining a robust capital structure as we continue, or excuse me,
GNPX.
capture new growth avenues and continue to build on Neptune's foundation as a leader in blockchain and digital assets. And guys, one of their
BTCT.
competitors, Neptune's competitors, they're called Soul Strategies Inc. They have seen a ridiculous run up. You guys can see the stock here. If I
BTCT.
zoom in a little bit, it's up 800% in the past 6 months, which Neptune Digital Assets is up 225%
BTCT.
in the past 6 months. And the thing here is, guys, well, this is interesting because as of right now, Neptune
BTCT.
has way more Solana, right? Way more asset value than, Soul Strategies.
BTCT.
Yet the stock hasn't done as well as Soul Strategies, which is kind of, a detachment from the valuation here, in my opinion, which
BTCT.
that could kind of make up here in the short term, even over the longer term as well. Excuse me, guys. But yeah, they
BTCT.
are a very interesting company, to say the least. Neptune Digital Assets, and like I said, with Trump, I think Bitcoin,
Traders
crypto,
circulating a tweet
it's
from
going to
BTCT.
dominate
Harrison.
in the United States
Says
for
Chris
sure.
Christie
And I
says Trump
think
will remove federal
I know he
restrictions on
wants to
marijuana,
make
find sweet
Neptune
spot for crypto
Digital
regulation.
Assets, or just not this company,
BTCT.
but Bitcoin,
That's,
crypto. He wants to make the U.S.
Benzinger article.
a powerhouse for Bitcoin and
Being
crypto,
circulated
and
now.
that will benefit companies like Neptune
BTCT.
Digital Assets. So, guys, make sure to add them to your watch list. The ticker symbol is NDA on the TSXV. That's if you're in Canada. If you're in the United
BTCT.
States, it's on the OTC, over-the-counter markets, under ticker symbol NPPTF. Check out all the info down below. And man, it's worth
BTCT.
watching as Bitcoin is running, but please do your own research. I'm not a financial advisor. I own 0 shares of this stock, and this video was made for entertainment purposes only. And
CHRS.
with that being said, guys, cheers. I'll catch you in the next video.
For a little savings, Specialist Miller buys in bulk.
UVIX. FOXO. SWTX. NXTT. BTCT. BTCT. VCIG. FOXO. BTCT. 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 BTCT.
AMZN, IBM, NVDA, AWS negotiating deal to supply
BTCT.
IBM with NVIDIA GPUs. That from Business Insider. That's AMZN, IBM, and NVDA.
FOXO. BTCT.
MSOS, the cannabis ETF halted on a circuit breaker at the highs now, up
BTCT.
13%. MSOS.
BTCT. BTCT. SNT. BTCT. BTCT. SNT. BTCT. 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 SNT. SNT. BTCS. BTCT. 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 FOXO. PTIX. BTCS. FOXO.
MSOS shares resume trading off the highs now. Michael Sandy Oscar Sandy.
FOXO. WKHS. FOXO. FOXO. Alt. GOVX. Alt. GOVX.
ALT, Altimmune, more highs now up 35%. Alpha Lima Tango.
SLS. XBP. XBP. GNPX. BTCT. 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 FOXO. BTCS. Alt. Alt.
COSM, Cosmos Health popping here. Charlie Oscar, Sandy Michael, COSM. Cosmos Health out with a letter to
NXTT.
shareholders, COSM.
Alt. 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 PFIX. Big spread. MULN. MSOS. BTCT. 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 FOXO. BTCT. BTCT. BTCS. MSOS. STBX. MSOS. BTCT. 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 BTCS. BTCT. 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 MSOS.
With Ultra Mobile, home is never too far away. Whether you want to connect to loved ones here.
We've got a ruling based on the Associated Press saying this a moment ago. The judge
STBX.
has delayed a ruling on whether or not to dismiss President-elect Donald Trump's criminal conviction. These are 34 counts that came in at the end of May 30th. And the former president's been fighting it ever since. And the judge is going to sentence him prior to the election, then delayed it given the election itself. And so this is the ruling here. Just reading from the AP. A New York State judge has paused proceedings in the already decided criminal case on charges stemming from the hush money paid to a porn star. All right. The document reads, the judge had been set to decide by today
BTCT.
whether or not the conviction could be vacated due to the ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court midsummer back in July on presidential immunity. Trump had also been scheduled to be sentenced on November
BTCT.
26. So this now is a whole new ball of wax. Ms. Dana.
Let's get Andy McCarthy up, and he can explain to us what this means. Is this kicking the can down the road? What does it mean, Andy?
BTCT.
Well, I think without having read it yet, Dana, my sense is that he's kind of cutting to the chase of what we discussed before, which is that, you know, you could have
BTCT.
a situation where he made a ruling and then allowed on immunity and then allowed time for Trump to appeal it, which would tie it up for a number of years, because once he was president and was in office, they would be able to suspend the proceedings. It sounds like Judge Merchan is just leaping ahead to that conclusion and suspending proceedings while Trump is in office.
So this means when he's 83, the case comes back?
BTCT.
Yeah, well, if they deign to bring it back, I mean, look, it's a ridiculous case. There's a lot of reasons why it should be thrown out on appeal. Immunity is important to us for media purposes only because it's the only issue that's instantly appealable. But there's a bunch of reasons why this case should be thrown out. And I would hope that there'd be a good chance once President Trump is out of office as a twice elected American president, that at the age of 83, the New York authorities would decide that, you know, this case was already, whatever it was worth to them, they've gotten whatever value there was out of it. It was really only brought in the first place to try to prevent him from being elected. And since it didn't succeed, I think it should land on the dustbin of history, but that's just my view of it.
Andy, this is just, okay, you know, I have good dumb questions. So does he have to continue to use private lawyers for this, or can the White House counsel's office take over?
BTCT.
Well, it's not necessarily either or, Dana, because he's got personal interests and there could also be public interests. So his personal interest is obviously his criminal liability.
MSOX.
The public interest is whether having the proceedings interferes with his ability to carry out his constitutional duties as president. So since there's two sets of interests, there's no problem with having
BTCS.
two sets of lawyers who work in their lanes on how this all plays out.
So, Andy, what I'm hearing you say, give me a course correction.
GNPX.
If necessary, is that in the year 2029, when this case is brought back or continued, let's say, he will stand a very good chance at the appellate level to have this case appealed and potentially thrown out. Is that what you're saying?
That's right, Bill. And, you would pick up, I presume, again, I haven't read it yet, but I presume you would pick up right where we are now. And where we are now is we have a pending immunity issue. And as we saw in the Washington federal case, immunity, because it has to be fully litigated before you do anything else in a criminal case, or at least that's the way it's supposed to happen, it could take a long time just to sort that out before you get to all the other issues in the case.
Kron.
Well, I'm just, it's kind of letting it all sink in. You think that, I don't know Judge Mershon. I don't really know New York sort of internal politics here, but Letitia James, she was full steam ahead. He made a point in the 9 a.m. hour that she does have political ambitions. I don't think this judge does, but does a ruling like this keep him in the good graces of the judicial teams around New York, sort of his social circles?
CGC.
I've thought, Dana, from the beginning that he's the kind of guy who, even when it's obvious he's made a misstep, he has a hard time admitting it. Like, it was clear, for example, when he let Stormy Daniels testify that was a catastrophe that he shouldn't have allowed to happen. And instead of saying that was a mistake on my part, he blamed everybody else in the room for allowing it to happen. So he's not a guy who easily admits that he was wrong. Seems to me that this ruling allows him to continue that record. Basically, he doesn't have to deal with Trump's claims of error. He doesn't have to deal with the immunity issue. He's the one who let the potentially immunized evidence into the case. Everybody on the planet knew that the Supreme Court was looking at this issue, and there was a chance that they were going to rule in President Trump's favor. So they were playing with fire by allowing this evidence into the case. He's the guy who let it in. So it seems to me that by freezing things in place and not having...
Hey, if you live in one of these cities right here, why don't you own an apartment building? Seriously, let me show you a path.
...to thereby grapple with Trump's claims of error or the immunity question, he gets to basically not admit error, and everybody gets to carry on.
You just wonder down the road, Andy, what does the world look like? What's the country look like? Merchan is 62 years old. He could retire before this case is finalized.
Yeah, but it's such a silly case. I mean, the whole thing is just preposterous, and the fact that they brought it 7 or 8 years after most of the facts in the case happened, and it was brought by a district attorney who ordinarily pleads felonies down to misdemeanors. Here he took a nothing and it blew it into 34 felonies. The whole thing was so unabashedly political. I think you have to hope that 4 years from now, with a long look at it, people will, instead of saying, we got to get that case back on track, they'll say, how did we ever let that happen in the first place?
You think, Dana, about this election and the results that we just saw, and heck, I mean, cases like this may have contributed to the drubbing.
I said on election night, it wasn't necessarily in spite of the lawfare that he won. It might have been also because of it. And National Review's senior writer, Noah Rothman, is on set with us now. And you've done a lot of thinking about the election results a week ago today. And wonder what you think about that in terms of the Democrats thinking that the the legal cases were going to sink Trump, and they didn't.
Well, they thought that the legal cases were going to sink Trump as an adjunct of his personality, of perhaps his biggest liability for most voters, who exit polling suggests don't find him especially, some don't find him likable. They voted for him anyway. He's less popular than his Democratic opponent, who he beat. And there's an element of, for those voters, the majority makers in that coalition, who are saying to themselves, well, gosh, you know, the alternative to this is just less palatable than a Donald Trump presidency for all his faults and flaws. I would like to ask Andy, to the extent that he can speculate,
CNBC mentioned.
what extent, or what Donald Trump is going to do about these outstanding indictments against him at the federal level. Is he going to simply withdraw the Jack Smith's office, to withdraw the special prosecutor and live under indictment, or move forward and pardon himself? Because if the latter course is what he moves forward with, that could reignite a lot of the opposition to him as a person, personally.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know one way or the other, but it's the ball's in his court.
BTCT.
I get the sense that what's going to happen is the Biden-Harris administration is going to dismiss the Trump cases. They've already sort of laid the groundwork for that. Judge Chutkan has said, I think December 2nd as a date for Jack Smith to get back to her on how he sees the case proceeding in the future. I think what he'll come back with is a motion to dismiss the case. My sense of this is that, and I continue to think this even though the White House pushes back the other way, I think that President Biden is going to pardon his son, and that he will get a lot of criticism if that's done in vacuum, because it's a form of self-dealing, and he also said he wouldn't do it, so he'll look terrible. But I think if it's pitched to the country as kind of a clemency package, where we're turning the page from the Trump prosecutions and turning the page from the Hunter prosecution, the country will take it a lot better. So I think it's going to be the Biden-Harris administration that gets rid of the Trump prosecutions, rather than having Trump have to do it himself by getting his Justice Department to try to dismiss it.
Do you think they would cut that deal, Andy?
I do. Yep. I don't see who's the loser in it, though.
I do too.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here.
I do. Yep. Rid of the Trump prosecutions, rather than having Trump have to do it himself by getting his Justice Department to try to dismiss it.
Do you think they would cut that deal, Andy?
GNPX.
I do. Yep. I don't see who's the loser in it, though.
I do too.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
It's 2 a.m.
FOXO. GNPX. FOXO. AGFY. GNPX. MSOS. TVGN. BTCT. BTCT. AGFY. BTCT. AGFY. MJUS. GNPX. GNPX. AGFY. Alt. Alt.
Benzinga market update, S&P futures down 2070, Dow futures down 260, NASDAQ is down 80, crude is up 12 cents now at $68.16.
BCG.
Natural gas is flat at $2.92, gold down 1740 at 2630, and Bitcoin futures up 35 at 87,770. IBM, Stephanie Link on
BTCT.
CNBC buys more IBM.
BTCT. BTCT. RVPH. AILE. BTCT. MULN. 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 MULN.
SCKT socket mobile filed for offering of up to 1.1 million shares of
MULN.
stock that no filing. Sandy Charlie Kilo Tango.
MULN. 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 ADN. 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 MULN. BTCT. MULN. GNPX. MULN. MULN. BTCT. MULN. ADN. ADN. MSOS. GNS. TLRY. GNS. GNPX. MULN. MULN.
Which was unfortunate. So I do think that that probably affected volume in the market a little bit today, and perhaps, you know, liquidity not quite as good because of that. So just looking at the S&P 500 and sort of daily levels here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything connected back here. This would be too steep going up. Well, no, maybe not. So sometimes you start looking at levels like that, but I don't know if those are really in play. Tesla, really strong move. It's very impressive. I sort of thought after that first pop that we would get a pullback, more like what we've had on IWM, where we had that pop and then pullback and then a surge higher. But Tesla hasn't really pulled back hardly at all. It's just going higher. And the IWM.
To get started in data analytics, you don't need previous experience or a degree. The Google Data Analytics Certificate.
WM, I mean, look, this is the small cap index. It's at all-time high. Oh, sorry, not just not quite. It's very close to all-time highs. So, you know, this is good stuff. This is good to see. All right, so we're moving in the right direction, and as long as you can manage your risk and you can be disciplined about cutting your losses quickly, I think that this will be a favorable market. I did a pretty good job cutting losses quickly today. Was a little disappointed. I guess, you know, after you start getting into a string of having some big green days, you get a little spoiled. You know, you're starting to think, well, gosh, my new normal is $15,000, $20,000 a day. I'd like to catch a couple more days like that here. And, you know, it's nice when you get it, but last week was a great week, averaged 25,000 a day, you know, a little bit more than that over the 5 days. But you know, less on Monday, less on Friday and Thursday, Friday. It was really some good trading on Tuesday and Wednesday that gave me the bulk of that profit. So sure would be nice if we get some nice moves, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Usually Friday, I expect it to be a little bit slower, but Monday and Friday, not uncommon for it to be slower, but then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And sort of part of that is that, so look, now today, I've got a nice cushion from Monday morning, right? So starting Monday, you know, plus 10,000. So now coming into Tuesday, I can take more risk. Now, let's say today was minus 10,000. If it was a red day, right? So I'm down 10,000. Then all of a sudden for Tuesday, I'm like, don't have 2 red days in a row. So what do you have to do? You've got to just take your base hit, be a little bit more conservative. GNPX. If you can be up 5,000, that's good. By Wednesday, maybe I'll make back all of the loss. And then maybe Thursday, it's kind of like easing off the throttle. But when you start strong on Monday, then all of a sudden it's like, I've got a $10,000 cushion on the week. So now I can come in tomorrow swinging a little bit harder, and boom, if we have some good opportunities, it could be a better day. That's Tuesday. And then Wednesday, I'm firing on all cylinders. I've had a strong Monday and Tuesday. I'm ready for some solid trading. Thursday, let's ease off the throttle a little bit coming into the finish line. And then Friday, take it slow going into the weekend. So this is kind of like a very typical week, and that's pretty much exactly what you saw last week. And so I'm off to a good start to have a week like that again here this week, but at the end of the day, it's going to depend on the market. The market has to give me the opportunities because, you know, if we don't have stocks that are moving, if we don't have stocks that have news, then, you know, it'll be slow. So at the end of the day, we need those catalysts. But what's interesting is that in a hot market, a catalyst that maybe in a cold market wouldn't have gotten much attention or wouldn't have done anything at all, in a hot market, that same catalyst can send a stock up 200%. That's what's so frustrating as a beginner trader, because you think, wait a second, I feel like I did the exact same trade, but you know, last time I took it, I had a huge loss. This time it's a winner. What gives? And the difference in a lot of cases is that sentiment. It's external to you. And so you have your strategy, but you have to recognize that the performance of the strategy varies as environment varies. So it's not like the market is fixed every single day. You'll have markets that are really hot where you can do really well, and then other markets that are colder and you don't do as well. Now, certainly some of the best traders out there are so good that they've mastered a dozen different strategies. So when one is up, another is down, and so on and so forth. So they're doing small caps, but when small caps are slow, you know, they switch to whatever. And so they just get this really nice average, which is phenomenal. But it's like being able to write fluently with both your left hand and your right hand in 12 different languages. I mean, it's just like you've got to have, it's a very heightened level of emotional awareness, of aptitude. I'm not there. Honestly, the only people that I really know who are there aren't people, but they're algorithms. And they've been trained to do this when this happens and this when this happens, because it just gets really complicated. And we're human. We're only human. And we're trying to do something that's really difficult, especially up here when it comes to trading psychology. So look, if you found this episode interesting, I'll put a link down in the comments where you can do either a 2-week trial or you can check out one of my free classes. I have a free day trading course, which you guys might enjoy if you want to learn more about my strategy. So check those two things out, and I will see you for the next episode real soon. And I'll remind you, as always, trading is risky. My results are not typical, so please manage your risk and always practice in a simulator before you put real money on the line. I'll see you live streaming back at it tomorrow morning for All Warrior.
BTCT. BTCT. MULN. MULN. BTCT. BTCT. MULN. BTCT. BTCT.
BA
BTCT.
Boeing, Stephanie Link buys more Boeing. I've mentioned on CNN.
BTCT. BTCT. MULN. MULN. GNS. MULN. MULN. GNS. MULN. MULN. Alert. BTCS. COSM. LFLY. BTCS. GNPX. BTCS. MULN.
Stephanie Link on CNBC said she bought Rockwell Automation, Romeo Oscar Kilo.
MULN. RVPH. RVPH. BTCT.
Coming up after the close today, earnings from SU, Suncor Energy, OXY, Occidental Petroleum, DOX Amdocs, SWKS Skyworks Solutions, SPOT Spotify, RKT Market Companies, CART Instacart or Maple Beer, RXT Rackspace reporting after the close.
BTCT. 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 GNPX. BTCT. 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 MULN. BTCT. BTCT. MULN. GNPX. MULN. VCIG. MULN. 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 BTCT.
Hey friends, who wants to save with me?
Are you an influencer now?
Yeah, pretty much.
Unfortunately, this can happen to anyone.
BTCT.
The good news is that there are law firms that concentrate on this very.
If and when we reach a period of pessimism, the potential unraveling in terms of perceived wealth is much greater this time than it will have ever been before. The US is not moderately overpriced. It is shockingly overpriced. I think they'll do pretty well by selling. Whatever you do, get rid of this fear of missing out, this terrible lust to participate in profit making that comes along at the end of every one of the great bubbles. It is incredibly seductive, very hard to resist. Been there, done that myself a few decades ago, made a fortune and wiped myself out. Very salutary. And I would wish on most of you that you avoid it. It's crossed off all the boxes. It's done all the things that a super bubble typically does, and it could start its way down anytime and perhaps a month ago. It needs a long bull market, and we had 11 years, so the longest in history. It needs a lot of crazy behavior, and we had some of the great crazy behavior of all time. I think they'll be telling these stories in 20 years. It needs to accelerate at the end of a bubble. It's something like 3 times the average rate of the bull market. And it did that. From COVID on upwards, the NASDAQ more than doubled, and it went up at well over 3 times the normal rate. And finally, a thing that is unique to the super bubbles, the 2 or 3 that just keep going and going, is that at the end, the speculative stocks start to peel off. And even on the upside, for the broad market, they start to go down.
So you're saying we are at the beginning of a crash?
I would say it is likely that we are. I think it would be unlikely that the market would not come down by 50% from its peak. The broad market, the S&P, and it would be unusual if the specs did not do worse than that. The problem is it slow or is it quick? The stimulus program left a lot of money in individual hands for buying the dip, and they have been throwing money this year, individuals, at the dips. They have probably never invested more rapidly than they have this year, but they have a lot of money. They're pretty well funded. Corporations, many corporations are doing well. The economy isn't too bad. So this could turn out to be quite a struggle, where slowly but surely the market has to readjust to higher and higher rates and higher inflation. It will not give up, I suspect, too easily, but we'll fight it out. If you look at the real estate market, all real estate markets pretty well around the world are very, very high. And if you look at the bond market, of course, interest rates are incredibly low and bonds are incredibly high. But when it comes to the stock market, rather like 2000 and the tech bubble, this is more an American affair than anything else. Outside America, the world is merely overpriced. Ho-hum. It's often overpriced. It's usually not that dangerous.
Have you heard of turtle traders? They were a group of 14 novice traders who were trained by Wall Street legend Richard Dennis. According to a turtle trader, 2 classes of turtles earned more than $175 million. But that was nearly 4 decades ago. Now, there's a new group of retail traders at Trade Algo who have been seeing an unusual success rate in options. How? By leveraging a new technology called dark pool.
In the US, however, we have an extreme overpricing, extreme crazy behavior, and I think we're in a rather dangerous equity bubble. So there is a decent chance that Australia, the UK, Japan, there's some fairly reasonably priced countries. If they come down in sympathy, they'll come down a lot less and probably rally earlier. This bubble in the US is eerily similar to the 2000 tech bubble. It's led by the NASDAQ, it's led by the specs. 2000, the specs underperformed.
Final trades on
CNBC, the S&P continued to climb. It is just possible that the S&P will rally extremely high. I think it is impossible that the specs will. So I think the game has started, and it will play out perhaps rather like the 2000. Historically, the stock market has hated inflation. It crushes price-earnings ratios. This time, uniquely, it did not. Inflation roared through the roof, and the PEs continued to rise. Nothing like that had happened before. And we have a model that goes back to 1925, and there are 2 factors that determine price-earnings ratios or the price level of the market. One of them is profit margins. Of course, it loves them. And the other is inflation. Of course, it hates it. And they have worked like a charm. And in 2000, you had, for example, at the top of the market, world record profit margins and very little inflation. And today we have world record profit margins, but we have rather high inflation. The market should have dropped starting in the middle of last year had it been following the normal battle plan. It did not. The market is saying about inflation that it totally ignores it. It completely believes the Fed that it's temporary, ephemeral, etc. And it doesn't appear to be. And if that seeps into the market in the usual way, it will mercilessly depress the price-earnings ratios. And in the end, the Fed doesn't like to get on the bad side of the administration. Politically, inflation is death. The average person in the street notices it, measures it, if anything, exaggerates it. But even with that exaggeration, it's painful and politically very, very tough on the voting pattern. And therefore, the administration really wants to do everything it can to get inflation down. So it will be discreetly leaning on the Fed to do what it can. There are people who spend their entire lives watching the Fed and going into the nuances of quarter points and half points, and I do not. I am confident that they will move at the stronger end of the range. I am confident they will try very hard to make sure that inflation does not become embedded. I'm also confident that that will be difficult because we're very short of labor, we're running very scarce, and wage rates will start to come through the system in the US increasingly for the next few months. That makes it very difficult to control inflation. So it will be quite a struggle. If you have to own US stocks, you should own high quality stocks that are in good financial shape, because this can always spiral in to to something of a financial crisis. They often do. I would emphasize, in general, though, non-US stocks. And quite a few countries, as I said, are not that bad. Emerging markets has some overhang problems. If the US goes and commodities are high priced, it's a mixed blessing at best for them. But they're very, very cheap. And in the end, cheapness usually trumps everything else. So emerging markets, some of the cheaper developed countries would be very much better idea than a massive holding of US equities. I think it is ending. I'm trying to write a paper which is basically the end of the golden era, or Goldilocks and three hungry bears. Everything has been different for the 20 years of the 21st century. The PEs averaged not just a little bit higher, but 50, 60% higher. Profit margins averaged 30, 35% higher than they had in the previous 50, 60 years. Everything seemed to work out. Corporations got a lot of political power. The taxes on capital all dropped. Tax on dividends, tax on interest rates, tax on capital gains all came down. Most of the regulatory bodies were somewhat captured by corporations, and they've had a golden era. We've never seen bigger profits. The concentration in each industry has increased, and the FANGs that are remarkable companies are in their own way instant monopolies. So the monopolistic feature of our economy today, and somewhat around the world, has increased. This is very good for profits. It's not so good for growth. And the governments are beginning to twitch a bit. I don't think they're assets. I think they embedded technology that may turn out rather like the internet to be useful here, there, and everywhere. And when they are useful and when they're making money in the traditional way, then you value it like any other money-making enterprise. But while they just sit there and they go up in price because people are persuaded that they will go up in price, it's very much a question of the emperor and his clothes, I think. Bitcoin in particular, it does nothing for anybody and is superseded by a whole generation of smarter and more effective cryptocurrencies, many of which in their turn do not make money in the traditional way, and a few do. So I'm sure the idea embedded in cryptocurrency will be around perhaps forever. But I'm equally certain that most of the value today as a store of value is a hoax. It is not a store of value. Everyone can agree that the volatility is massive. It goes up and down with the high-risk stocks. What is the point of a store of value that trades like a hyperspec? I mean, this is not the principle. Gold, in comparison with several thousand years of practice, has been boringly stable throughout the last couple of years. I should know. I own some.
And like the vault is free. I gain more value out of the vault than like this freaking $4,800 program I bought. You guys seem like you guys are just out there to like help people. You're not trying to take people's money, you know?
Everything, the supply and demand and stuff like that, you definitely know what you're doing. The techniques that you teach, and it's the real deal.
Dude, honestly, like your stuff is man. Like,
for me, value has always been you pay for what you get. And so I'm not a great believer in price to book, particularly since book as an accounting entry has been incredibly distorted in the last 20 years. It used to be a pretty good proxy back in the 90s, 80s, 70s, but not recently. What I've always felt is the best definition of value is a dividend discount model that projects earnings into the future, discounts them back according to the quality, with high quality companies having a lower discount rate than junky companies. And what we brought to bear on this 40 years ago almost was we studied the regression rate by type of company. We tried to work out on a company specific basis what regression rate they were liable to have if they behaved in the normal way, given their special characteristics. And so we had Microsoft in our value portfolio all the way through the 90s. We didn't phase it out until June of 99. We started to slice it out. We had 12 monthly slices. And by June of 2000, really before the crunch came on Microsoft, we had gotten rid of it. And if you use those models, you do see, for example, that emerging markets are absolutely cheap. They are relatively as cheap as they have ever been, parallel to one or two other occasions, but if anything, a little bit even cheaper relatively.
And you see that they are absolutely not bad at all. And that's the group where the absolute price looks appealing. And I can anticipate, because I hear it so often, of course, emerging markets always has a lot of question marks, a lot of risk questions, a lot of quality questions, a lot of currency questions, and so on and so forth. And it's all true. They've always had those things, but they are highly diversified. You've got, 28 countries in the index. 40% of that is China. And heck, China, the biggest economy in the world in inflation-adjusted dollars, considerably bigger than the US, growing much faster. Just this year alone, by the way, they've opened up yet another 10% GDP gap, and they're grinding this out. The IMF, as you know, the rest of the guys think that they're going to have to carry about a third of all the growth on the planet on their shoulders. And then you have India, who until the recent virus was growing even faster than China and on the cusp of becoming a giant economy, and interestingly into intellectual capital and consulting and the use of real brain power. And then you have interesting, riskier elements, Brazil and so on. It really is the future in a world where the developed world has had a growth rate that frankly is slowly but surely unraveling for 40 years. When I came here, the productivity per person hour was about 3% a year. And now it's down to 1. And they'll be lucky to be 1 in Europe. So growth is not what it was. And then the increase in the workforce has declined. When I got here, it was 1.5% a year. This year, it will be 0.2. In 10 years, the US will go negative. Japan has been negative in the growth rate of the workforce for 15 to 20 years. And Europe is going negative as we sit. We're going to have to get used to a GDP growth, which is a whole lot less than we thought. And there'll be a premium on BTCT. And emerging will have a lot higher top-line revenue than the developed world. We are suffering a baby bust without precedent throughout the world in the developed markets. South Korea is a whole lot worse than China at 1.0 fertility rate, when 2.1 is replacement. I mean, it's just hard to get one's brain around it. They're losing half the baby cohort every generation, which is to say every 30, 35 years. Italy is 1.4, Japan is 1.4. China is 1.5, 1.55, which is terrible. The US is 1.70. Italy's in the mix, and Hungary's the growth rate of Europe in population is going to be very similar to China. It's perhaps a little bit higher, but not enough to count. The US will not have a rising workforce. We were highly unlikely to take immigrants sufficient to block a drop-off in the baby cohort. At 1.7, you're running 15% plus below replacement. We haven't taken that level of immigrants for years. And we don't know going forward how the immigration numbers will hold up, but highly unlikely, I think, to expand enough to even get to 0. But the US will have a slower rate of decline in the workforce over the next 50 years than Europe and China, and of course, very much slower than the developed world. That becomes one of the more attractive features of the other 60%. So China will have a falling workforce, and the other 60% will have a rising workforce. On average, that puts them, even on that issue, way ahead of the developed world.
Stay out of trouble. Make sure you don't buy expensive markets, expensive stocks. Emphasize value, cheapness for what you get. Hunt around for the cheaper countries, hunt around for the cheaper stocks within those countries. Carry some cash reserves. There'll be perhaps some very nice buying opportunities. And whatever you do, get rid of this fear of missing out, this terrible lust to participate in profit making that comes along at the end of every one of the great bubbles. It is incredibly seductive, very hard to resist, and I would wish on most of you that you avoid it.
It takes time to learn, of course, but once you get it down, this skill can be used over and over again to generate income for the rest of your life. In fact, 5 years ago, my dad taught my brother how to use this strategy. And in just 3 months, he went from knowing almost nothing to doing so well, he will never need another job to support himself. Since then, we've been sharing this with as many people as we can. And the best part is, you don't need tens of thousands of dollars to get started. You can start small and dial up your investments once you become profitable. So if you're open to trying something new and you want to learn more, then just click the link on your screen right now and you can watch our new free training. This training will show you the 5 steps of my dad's strategy and how our new AI tool makes everything simpler. And again, if you want to join us, just click the link on your screen and you can do this for free. Even if you're about to watch some other video, I'm confident this will be worth your time. So click that link and we'll see you there.
Goes.
What if there was a faster, easier way to build a basket of stocks and ETFs and manage it as one investment? With Fidelity Basket Portfolios, trade baskets with one click, allocate new contributions, and track performance from your personalized dashboard. Click here to get started.
MULN.
I think since I said that, we could take out the rivaling 1929 and 2000. I think we've gone way past that. There are examples of large-scale craziness and meme investing, etc., for which there is simply no parallel in 1929 even, or 2000. 2000 had pet.coms, and they were kind of glorious, but they were scores of millions or a few hundred million. We have crazy things now that are billions, and in some cases, tens of billions. And we were the most impressive speculation, I think. There is nothing like that at scale, even adjusted for current dollars in 1929. The market is a self-correcting mechanism, but it's a little wonky in the time it takes. Sometimes it corrects pretty quickly, and sometimes it corrects incredibly slowly. And that's the problem. But if you go back to 2000, which is the previous leader in speculation, let's say, what happened there is the market peaked in March of 2000. And between March and September, the pet.coms basically went out of business. The internet stocks basically went down 80%. But the whole .com, the whole TMT bubble burst, and the industry, which had been 30% of the market, declined by 50%. The S&P was unchanged. And you could have said during that 5-month, 6-month window, oh, isn't that healthy? They're selling the flakiest pet.coms and they're buying Coca-Cola. What's not to like about that? That's exactly what happened. And I like to think of them as the kind of pessimism termites. They ate through the craziest first, and then the junior growth stocks, and then the intermediate growth stocks. And then finally, Cisco, which was for 8 minutes or so, the biggest company in the world by market cap. And they were all down collectively 50%. The balance of the market was up 17%. So that looked incredibly healthy, but then the termites reached the broad market and the entire 70% rolled over and fell 50% in 2 years. And the NASDAQ was down 82%. The thing about the underpinnings is they always look terrific. In 1929, the market didn't peak when they thought the underpinnings were terrible. They peaked when the market's enthusiasm for the underpinnings was approximately the highest it had ever been in history. In 2000, in March, the world uniformly, including the boss of the Federal Reserve, Alan Greenspan, they all thought the system had never been better. At the top of the housing bubble in 07, Bernanke and the boys thought the US housing market had never declined, unquote. It merely reflected a strong US economy. The underpinnings were great. They have never gotten it right. The Federal Reserve in particular has never had a clue about asset bubbles. It doesn't even address it. They act as if they don't exist, except on the upside they occasionally take credit for the wealth effect helping the economy along. And it does. There is an income effect, and it does help the economy along. And Greenspan, Bernanke, and Yellen all took credit explicitly for helping the economy along. What they never did is they never took discredit for the reverse side. The market is mean reverting mechanism, and eventually it goes back to a fair price. And when it went back in 2001, 2002, it had a dreadful negative income effect. When the housing market collapsed and it took the equity market with it, it had a double-pronged negative effect on the economy. So it had a much bigger impact on the economy than had occurred in 2000. And this time, we're really playing with fire, because this time, unlike 2000, We have an overpriced bond market. Jim Grant would argue the most overpriced in 4,000 years. We have, in my opinion, and that of many other bubble students, the most overpriced US equity market in history. We have a housing market that 3 weeks ago reached the same multiple of median family income
BTCT.
as it did in 2006 at the peak of the housing bubble. And we have commodities that have recently run amok, so that the Goldman Sachs index of non-energy, which is food and metals, which are pretty important, have just equaled the peak of 2011, which was said to
BTCT.
be one of those super cycle commodity events. So this is the first time we've ever risked 3.5 asset classes bubbling at the same time. If and when we reach a period of pessimism, the potential unraveling in terms of perceived wealth is much greater this time than it will have ever been before. I think the interest rate argument is an explanation of how we get there in behavioral terms. It is not by any stretch of the imagination a justification. You don't justify anything by taking the most overpriced asset in the history of man, the bond market, and saying compared to that, we are merely very overpriced and therefore relatively cheaper. That is very cold comfort. Salomon Brothers, an important firm at the time in 1989, sent around a hit squad justifying the Japanese stock market, which was approaching 65 times earnings, we were told at the time.
BTCT.
Data was represented as 65 times earnings. It had never previously sold over 25. So that was, to say the least, the real McCoy. And this team went around pointing out that the rates in Japan were so low that 100 PE would be fair. Of course, the collapse that followed in land and bonds and stocks was cosmic.
In 1989, and it still hasn't recovered.
It still hasn't reached the 1989 level in either their real estate market or their stock market, which reminds us of the cardinal rule, and that is, the bigger the bubble, the most ingenious the arguments. And the bigger the bubble, the most extended and painful the decline. This is the most broad, as I said, asset bubble of all time, with 3.5 of the 4 major asset classes clearly in severe bubble territory. Thinking that you have no alternative but pick between one of the 4 bubbles is a pretty grim way to view life. I get the argument, so pick a bubble, they'll all go together, probably, and you will suffer a lot of pain. And the intellectual content of that argument, that they were all bubbles, so we had to pick the least bad one, will resonate in your head as the market unravels.
BTCT.
If you had a dozen to 15 years of flat market with earnings doing okay, and rotation within the market, everything would work out fine. And every portfolio manager I almost ever met has felt in market bubbles that that could happen. It just never does.
Am I an influencer yet?
Depends how many customers you can get to save money with Progressive.
I found my purpose.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes. Control everything from the biggest tasks to the finest details. Personalized, optimized, ready to go live.
The market abhors long sideways movements, as we all know. It either goes up more than you think or down more than you think. You can always hold out hope for an extended sideways movement, but it never seems to arrive. Let me just say, by the way, I have enormous sympathy for participating in a bubble. When I was young in 1968, 69, we had a spectacular mini bubble in tiny stocks, and they all quadrupled and made us rich, and then they all blew up together, and most of them went out of business. And I was just out of business school, and I made a small fortune, almost enough to think about retiring to England. And then in the space of about 9 months, I lost everything back to $2,000 and was lucky to cover my leverage and get out without a huge debt. It was thoroughly exciting, probably the most exciting time I've ever had in investing. So I completely sympathize. Nobody who is young and investing and making money is going to listen to some old codger tell his war stories about when he got wiped out. I get that.
BTCT.
So there's nothing that I can say that will cause anyone to change their behavior. The power, the psychological power of a bubble to suck everybody in is prodigious. And we've known that since the tulip bubble. And it will never stop. It feels as psychologically difficult as reinvesting when terrified. They both catch the spirit of the exercise.
BTCT.
Well, I would look around and ask the question, what is the least bad? And the least bad is emerging markets. It's a little overpriced, absolutely, but it is at one of its 3 points of maximum difference to the S&P 500. Each of the other two examples worked out wonderfully well in favor of emerging markets. Conversely, when emerging markets was at a peak, which it was in 07, it sold at a premium PE to the S&P. You can have very bad things happen, which they did. And since there is no hope of persuading people to actually get out of stocks, that would be the best I could offer. But for those 3 people out there who have a will of steel, I would say also have a cash reserve of 20 or 30%, as much as you can psychologically bear, to take advantage of much cheaper prices sometime in the not too distant future. I would have low growth emerging markets as much as I could stand, and a cash reserve as much as I could stand. If you had 70-30, 30 cash and 70% cheap emerging markets, that would be a pretty resilient portfolio, I have no doubt. It's about as far away from overpriced assets as you can get. For the next 10 or 20 years, though, I think the S&P, of course, will underperform, just as it had a tough time from 2000 to 2010, where it had a negative return.
Hey, if you live in one of these cities right here, why don't you own an apartment building? Seriously, let me show you a path.
BTCT. FOXO. BTCT. 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 GNPX. BTCS. BTCT. BTCT. GNPX. BTCS. CLDI. CLDI. GNPX. MULN. BTCT. NXTT. MSOS. BTCT. FOXO. SGMO. BTCT. RVPH. BTCT.
TSLA, Tesla moving off the lows now, about $328. Down
BTCT.
about 6.
BTCT. 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 MSOS. BTCT. BTCT. SLS. RVPH. Air. GNS. BTCT. GNS. BTCT. 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 NXTT. 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 MULN. MSTR. Big spread. NXTT. 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 BTCT. BTCT. NXTT.
Benzing market update, S&P futures down 23. Crude is up 12 cents at $68.16. Natural gas is down 3 cents at $2.89. Gold down 14.20, 26,025.
BTCT.
OMI, Owens and Minor, FDA warning letter to Owens and Minor.
BTCT. BTCT.
Said during an inspection of your firm, American investigated from the FDA to determine that your firm manufactures sterile convenience kits. The inspection revealed that all these devices are adulterated within the meaning of Section 501H.
BTCT.
That's Oscar Michael, India. Shares of Owens and Minor falling to the lows of $12 level.
BTCS.
That's Oscar Michael, India.
NXTT. BTCT. 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 GNPX. BTCS. GNPX. RVPH. BTCT. NXTT.